And let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and we are in a period of transition. The indie RPG space would call this a liminal space, as currently we are in my bedroom. That's right. Now I feel like every other YouTuber out there who's just sitting in front of a blank wall. The sound may be very different today because none of the walls or surfaces in this room are treated. And so that means that there might be some additional reflections and things of that nature. So I'm still in the process of getting this place set up. But yeah, all in all, the grand plan is underway. Yeah, the illusion was shattered. So yeah, it's just a Swing River video, no shade. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, so this is my bedroom. Well, it used to be my bedroom. Now it's my studio. And just kind of give you a quick micro tour here. I'm in the process of getting things still set up. Now the plan is still to put. I'm going to move my bookshelf. I'm still going to move that in here, and I think I'm still going to put it behind me. So maybe we'll do a poll, or I'll ask the patrons, like, do you guys like the bookshelf behind me, or is that part of my brand, or should I try something different, or should I do something different? Should I just stick with the green screens, or do something different with the walls? So that's kind of one option. So this used to be my bedroom, and so right here behind me used to be my dresser. Had a mirror. And you can see there was a bookshelf over here, which has mostly been cleared out, that had some stuff. And then over in this corner, so this is another desk covered with manuals and pieces. So this is where I used to work. This is when I worked from home. This is where I worked. I worked in my bedroom in this corner. And then, of course, hello. This is my streaming setup. Hello, everybody. So you can see, this, of course, is kind of not what it normally looks like. I just got this set up because I had to set this up today because I literally was moving this from another room. So there's my, there's the infamous Wacom tablet, the Stream Deck, the cards, the teleprompter, and all that other stuff. Now, the difference here is that in my old room, beyond this camera right here, there was nothing. There was another wall, so I was mostly talking into a wall. But now I am talking into the rest of my room. And this is where we have our new table that I built over the weekend. And this is actually an IKEA island. It's called the Carlby. Karlby. I've used them before to make workbenches. It's kind of a cool dimension because it's 42 inches wide, so it's much wider than a typical countertop, and it's 74 inches long. So it's good enough to fit 6 people cozily. Really good for board games, and then for RPGs, I think you'd probably want to stick to 5 people, maybe 1 GM and 4 players. That way you can have people all the way at the ends, and otherwise if you had somebody at this end, then I think you'd run into a problem with like feet hitting. So, and of course the plan is, I'm going to take a step up here. The plan is that we're going to, I'm going to have me back there, and I'm going to have Bob and Tim and Smith, and we're going to play right here. And then from a perspective of this, I'm actually going to take this camera right here, and I'm going to mount it on the ceiling. Right now, it's mounted on it's mounted on a tripod. But I'm actually going to mount it to the ceiling. And if you remember our old studio, we used to do that with our cameras. We would mount them to the ceiling, so it'll come down off of the ceiling. I'll tie it into a stud, and then I'll put a ball head swivel on it, and actually we'll be able to take that one camera. And when I switch it to this direction, this will be like the, Derek Livestream studio, or Derek live streaming with you guys. And then I can flip it around and use the same camera, and that'll be the that'll be the, when I flip it around, it'll be the shot that looks this way to look at me when I'm jamming, Yes, and Dragons. Hey, what's going on? What's the translation? This is a teleprompter. Yes, and Dragons. So my camera, my Canon EOS is mounted here, right there, and that actually goes into a teleprompter. This is a mirror, and then this separate little monitor here is actually the chat, and that actually goes here. It's actually reversed, and then it gets flipped upside down, and then it gets reversed in the mirror. So the camera lens is actually right behind that. And see, when I'm reading, so I'm reading chat right now, and what I can do is when I click on these things here, this is what causes the thing to pop up. And so I can read the chat. Like, for example, I can just see that Michael Van Elgort just tipped, and I can click it, and then that'll do the pop-up for that. Hey, Michael, thank you so much. Michael said, just wanted to support Daggerheart content, rock and roll. I recently found this channel and love the in-depth coverage. I'm old, and I go back to first edition D&D, fucking rock and roll. Real life got in the way, as does, but still follow Critical Role. Adult son, now a GM. That's awesome. Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, thank you, Michael. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for supporting the Knights. I really, really, really appreciate that. And that's really cool that I'm not saying we're old, but that older guys like yourself and me, that we, I started with second edition AD&D, but that we can come in and appreciate some of these newer games, some of these new ideas behind a game like Daggerheart as well. So I think that's really, really interesting and really, really cool. Yes, behind the stream indeed. Other than that, there's really not too much going on to the process. I mean, obviously at this point, there's more that go on, when we're doing like a full live stream, like for example, during my home stream, I can get away with, using this Rode Procaster, this Rodecaster Pro. So this is my audio interface, right? But when we do a live stream, or I should say, when we do the studio, that's when I need to bust out. This is the Focusrite Claret 8 Pre. Sorry. That's a much more honky piece of hardware, much more expensive piece of hardware too. So this is, the single stream shot. The single stream shot is about as easy as it gets for me in terms of setup and stuff like that. Also, it's just a single camera shot, right, as opposed to having multiple camera feeds coming into the computer, which is good. I actually use a dedicated capture card that goes directly into my PCI slot or PCIe slot, rather than using like some of the dongles that people use, like for Elgato. Elgato makes that Cam Link or whatever like that. I use a Blackmagic Hyperdeck is what it's called. So, real quick, we already have over 100 people here. So, again, we're sort of in a transitional period. I know we have a lot of new people here. So for those of you who don't know, Knights of the Last Call we used to have a studio space. I actually rented a studio space. It was fairly expensive. It was not worth it at all. But we had a full studio where me and some of my friends, some of the fellow Knights of the Last Call would get together. We would talk about games. We would play games. And it was a lot of fun. And while we have done some actual plays and games where we've played via, VTT or remotely, I think everyone here can agree, but especially I think for live play, the energy is just so different when you're playing in person. So when the studio ended, we said that we went into exile. We even made a variant of our Knights of the Last Call logo because, we were, as we said, we were in exile, and we were, waiting until we returned from our long and forgotten exile. And again, the idea there is just that, let's see if I can find it real quick. Because we were, looking for a new place to do our stuff. So this was our This was our Knights of Last Call, where we were. We were in exile because we didn't have a home, and so as a result, we didn't have a place to do our shows, and so that's why for the last year or so, all the shows have basically just been me, mostly out of my home studio. Well, unfortunately, you may have heard I lost my job. And so I definitely can't afford another studio. But I really, really want to play Daggerheart. I really want to bring that energy back to the table, to the game. And so my idea was I'll change my bedroom into a studio. Now, it's going to be a tighter fit than we've ever had before, but it will allow us to play some games in person. And I think that's well worth it. So that is kind of where we're in transition from. We're kind of coming out of exile by Knights of Last Call, coming home again. And so as a result of that, that's why we're kind of in this weird position. So tonight is really all just about hanging out. I don't really have an agenda. And so if you all want to throw in some super chats and tips or whatever, if you want to ask some questions, if you guys want to hang out, if you want to pick my brain about Daggerheart or some other RPG topics, I'm happy to do it. Otherwise, I'll probably just rant and talk about anything and everything. I've got some Diet Mountain Dews ready to go. That's funny because of the all right, we learned that Diet Mountain Dew and the green screen material are like the same exact color. That's cool. It's my magic potion, my invisible potion. Weird stuff, cool stuff you can do. They did say it was diet, low in calories. I just want to make sure I get up. I just want to make sure I kind of catch up with everybody. Sorry, I apologize. Hello, Gurney. What's up, Jake? We need a couple more angles. I've thought about putting in like a kind of like a wide shot angle. Maybe we'll do that now that we have more cameras. Beowulf loves the bookshelf. Jackal likes the bookshelf. Ken likes the bookshelf. To be fair, Sergio, it's also very practical because, as anybody knows here who watches this channel, I go to my bookshelf a lot, to pull stuff off and to make examples and to talk about old products. So it's not just for show. It's also, my bookshelf. Scott loves the bookshelf as well. Hey, a couple super chats coming on here. Wait, Ken, what is the first Daggerheart frame you'll be trying out? Ken, that's a great question. And I think, so let's full stop. The Daggerheart frame that I like the most is the 5 burning banners. Witherwild is not really my style. Neither is Motherboard, and neither is Age of Umbra. And neither is Beast Feast. So while I think the campaign frames are good, I just overall don't really think they are mostly to my style. Now, 5 burning, 5 burning banners very clearly has a strong, Song of Ice and Fire inspiration to it, and I like that sort of, kind of nations in struggle, nations in conflict type situation. So I think that's really interesting. But this is actually something that we were discussing on the Patreon, which is, there's value in us doing. Yes, I should have actually also mentioned that 5 Burning Banners is also very clearly inspired by Root, right? Where you have these different political facts. To be fair, Root is also inspired by A War of 5 Kings. So to say that 5 Burning Banners is inspired by Game of Thrones and Root is the thing. But also, it's funny, Root, you just take the ancestries and just make them into animals, right? And you basically have Root. So instead of a Ribbit being a frog person, you would just be a frog, right? An anthropomorphic frog, but in the Root sense, not in the Daggerheart sense. But anyways, that being said, there's a strong incentive, I think, for us when we do an actual play. And this is something I'm going to sort of struggle with, and I do want to get to Dr. Waits' super chat here as well. But I will. I'll hop back to Ken's just because Dr. Waits is a shout out and a thanks. So Dr. Waits has recently been posting about running Daggerheart and actually mentioned not in a hateful way, but that they ran some Daggerheart and then he ran some 5e after running Daggerheart and was like, wow, this is so much slower going. This is so much boring. Like, not in a bad, not shitting on 5e, but just talking about the style and the structure of that kind of game and really being impressed with what Daggerheart was able to bring. So Dr. Wade says, thanks for all the great Daggerheart content. I ran my first session on my friend's podcast. It went over great, and I think I'm finally understand PBTA now. Well, that's great because, when we were just talking not that long ago at Origins, Dr. Waits, you were talking about it not having that that clicking moment. So I'm glad to hear that is coming along, and I really appreciate that you appreciate what we're doing here. So there is a tension that exists for me in this space of being a content creator. But also, remember, I'm trying to showcase the game, which is when I play a game, especially a game that is not mechanics first, so a game that's fiction first, like a PBTA game or like Daggerheart, I am very, very likely to, make things up on the fly, essentially. And especially as it supports the fiction, right? Like if that feels right in the fiction, then it should totally work with the fiction, and the problem there is some people feel like this channel has a responsibility to showcase, quote unquote, official Daggerheart, whatever that means. Now, to be fair, I think that official Daggerheart is fiction first gaming. So I think showing people saying, look, the mechanics don't matter here as much as the fiction, and we should have the mechanics should serve the fiction, not the other way around. That's what fiction first means. It means that I don't care what your rules say. The fiction comes first. That's the most important thing. And I know that there's a lot of people that really struggle with that. They're like, but the mechanics, and it's like, no. That's not what that means. It means that they're like, oh, so the mechanics don't matter then. And I was like, no. Think about a mechanics first game, which is, by the way, most of the games that you've played your whole life. Does that mean that the fiction doesn't matter at all? No, it just means that the mechanics come first. Being second place doesn't necessarily mean that they're not important. It just means that there's an order of priority. So there's a sort of a tension between me just wanting to run the game the way I would run the game, and also people getting confused and going like, wait, is that a rule in Daggerheart? I don't know. And it's like, well, no, Derek just made that up because it felt really cool in the moment in the fiction. Okay. And you might be saying what are you talking about? Okay, I'll give you a great example. And this is something that would totally happen. Okay. Let's say, Bob or Smith or somebody was a seraph. Okay. And they're fighting and somehow while in the midst of this fight, Bob builds up, let's say Bob is a seraph, and Bob builds up to 6 hope, and he describes, his character as starting to glow. They're fighting off hordes of undead. And at some point, Bob is just he kind of pulls that scene from the World of Warcraft cinematic from, I literally stopped playing at Mr. Pandaria, but I know the cinematics because they're still really good. It's it's got Anduin, and I think it's from the one where they fight. Maybe it's Warlords of Draenor. I don't know which one it is. But the opening cinematic is Anduin versus Sylvanas. And then the Alliance gets their shit pushed in, and then he drops the sword, and then he kind of goes priest mode, and he raises his hand to the sky, and he does the mass resurrection, and the Alliance all stands up, and then he picks up the sword and he goes, stand with me for the Alliance. Okay. That's awesome. Okay. That's incredible. Now, if Bob, the seraph, is in a situation like that, and he has 6 hope, and he's fighting against the hordes of undead, I don't really care if he has some power on his card or not. That's a moment where I go, yeah, Bob, you are peaked on hope. Your friends are failing and they're looking to you. Cash in all your hope. You're going to go fucking Muso mode. the gods of the heavens above just, come down and, that I'm going to respect the fiction. I'm going to respect the awesomeness of that moment more than I'm going to respect, anything else. Somebody said, it's like flat image of bookshelf. Somebody said that the blank wall is throwing them off. All right, hold on a sec here. Yep. We can solve this. I promise. Do. There we go. All right. Okay. Is that better? Is that, are you more comfortable now? Anyways, there we go. We got the bookshelf back. Everyone's like much better. Voila. Oh, there you go. Look at the drink. Oh, look at it. It's actually invisible. Anyways, so I know this is a very long question, and there's other super chats, and I promise I'm going to get to them. I'm sorry. This is classic nice last call stuff. So where was I going with this? Oh, yes. Where I was going with this is that there's sort of, I want to do that. That's how I would run Daggerheart. So the question of how would I run Daggerheart is I would run Daggerheart like that. Now, that being said, I don't want to give people the wrong idea. So while I like the Daggerheart frames and I feel a certain amount of responsibility to showcase one of those frames, and I think that one of those frames would help, so quote unquote, sell the game a bit. I also think that it's also potentially problematic because that's not necessarily what we would do as a group. And what we would do as a group is probably create our own setting and our own ideas. And, we might steal, beg, borrow, create mechanics so it's almost kind of like a session 0 campaign frame where we would figure out what does this setting and what do the players and the GM care about? What do we need mechanics to support in this instance, in this world? What ancestries are important here? What ancestries are not important? And sort of go through that process. Now, it wouldn't necessarily be like an exact frame, right? Because, the idea of a campaign frame is that you're sort of using the frame to create your kind of structure of your campaign. Hence frame. We would kind of be doing it backwards, where we would probably think about session 0, yes, like Microscope, like Fabula Ultima, like all those situations, all those things that we've talked about, we've done in the past, and then sort of build a campaign from that, and decide if things need to be supported with custom mechanics that may or may not, exist in the game specifically. So that's a long way of saying, I don't know if we're going to use one of the frames. We probably should, because I think it would people would get more invested in our campaign, maybe like the casual viewer, because they're like, oh, they're running something official. But yeah, so there we go. All right, Slate Beard. Hey, Derek, just found the channel and love the deep dives. FFG system has been my favorite. So excited for Daggerheart. Would love more GM tips. Well, Slate, we do have a long a plan to come up where I want to do some videos already about how to GM Daggerheart. So, and I think that, we could do a whole series just on the moves, just on the principles, just on the agendas, just on the pitfalls, just on spotlight management. Like, we could do a whole series on each one of those things, maybe even like one episode per move. So that is definitely going to be, where we go for that. Okay, Battle for Azeroth. That was the one. Yes, well, when Sylvanas sees that the Horde are getting owned, when Sylvanas sees that the Horde are getting their shit pushed in, and then she goes ape shit, she blows up the siege tower, and then she goes Banshee mode, she unleashes the Banshee scream, she like sucks out all those souls from people, and then she goes, that's pretty sweet too. For the Horde. So all in all, I heard that the expansion wasn't that good, but the cinematic was incredible. There we go. Josh said, awesome cinematic, horrible expansion. So confirmed. Lord Kyler, not sure what that you want to make a combat example type video, but after watching what's on YouTube, they seem to miss the mark. You miss with hope, gain a hope point. Now it's my turn. Yes, I don't want to poo-poo on anybody. But I definitely think that some people, from what I've seen on Reddit and what I've seen on YouTube, I think people are not fully grasping what it is that we're trying to do here. And that's okay. I mean, I think we'll learn with time. And again, I think that as I said, the thing that made me feel a lot better about this whole situation here is when I realized that even if you're playing, let's say you're playing Daggerheart Combat as basically like whenever the PCs miss, you activate a monster. Whenever the PCs roll with fear, you activate a monster. And whenever the PCs miss with fear, you activate a monster and activate another monster. It depends on your percentages, but like, roughly speaking, if you do that, it depends on, certain builds and, how accurate you are. But if you do that, including critical hit percentages, you should roughly get about a 1 PC action equals 0.9 monster actions. Okay. Which means, so it's almost even. And so what that means is that if you spend a couple of fear, okay, so in other words, let's just do it this way. If the PCs during a combat take 10 actions, we'll just use that number. It might be much higher than that, but let's just say 10 actions. Then that means that they will generate enough misses and fear that the GM will be able to take roughly 8 to 9 actions officially. What I would call a hard move action. So that means if the GM spends a couple points of fear that they may have gotten in earlier scenes, in earlier non-combative scenes or whatever like that, right, per the recommendation of the game, right, a ordinary fight, you might want to spend 2 to 4 fear or something like that. So if you went into that fight with, 2 to 4 fear or whatever, and you spend it, or, you spend 2 to 4 fear in that fight. So that means that the PCs will take about 10 actions. The monsters or the villains or whatever will take about 10, 11, 12 actions. So it's basically one for one. And that alone already is sort of a little bit strange, right? Because like a lot of situations, if you look at Pathfinder 2, a standard encounter, a moderate encounter, is 2 monsters of the PC's level. So assuming that there's 4 PCs. So that means if you have 4 PCs, there would be 2 monsters of their levels, which means that the ratio of PC to monster is 2 to 1. And so this is talking about a situation where if you spend a couple points of fear, you're going to be generating 1 to 1, right? The adversaries are going to have 1 action for every 1 action that the PCs take. And that's assuming you are playing very, 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 by the book, dare I say, sort of round base D&D like, right? Where you're basically just going, when you roll with fear and or when you miss, I'm going to take a turn, and my turn is going to be activating 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 monsters, right? And that's not a horrible way, to play. I don't think, I don't think is it the best way to play? I don't think so. But it's certainly a way to play. And for people who play that way and then go and say, yeah, it didn't really feel that different than D&D, I actually think that's kind of the point. Which is that, yes, if you play it that way, where basically they get a turn, you get a turn, I get a turn, they get a turn, you get a turn, they get a turn. Yeah, that is basically D&D, you know? There's a whole lot that we could really kind of just dig into on that alone. Beowulf says that making our own frame on stream would be awesome. To be clear, I don't think it would be making a frame, right? It would be more like we would sort of, because like there's elements to the frame that we wouldn't necessarily need to spill out, you know, or build out. Does that make sense? To a certain extent? It's more like making our own campaign, but yes. Make your own, put it in the zine. It's, you know, yeah. I understand that there's a value to that, and I'm not saying we wouldn't do that. I'm just saying, you know, the way I would probably approach this game is I would make my own thing. Our campaign frame is just Fabula Ultima. I mean, to be fair, Smith really liked the collab world that we built for our Fabula Ultima campaign that we made characters for, but we never got off the ground. And everybody really liked their characters, and everybody really liked our campaign. So there is that. It's a good point, Dr. Waits. I don't know where the line is for that for the live play. Certainly the only campaign frame that's in the SRD is Witherwild. So maybe there is a safety factor in, you know, just making our own. What's up, Chris? I'm glad you're seeing us live. I apologize for it being, you know, in exile. Although we are coming out of exile, but yes, right now I am stuck in my new room. It's not fully set up yet, so I apologize. What's up, Sail Away? Good to see you. Been a while. What's up, Pink Pony Pub? I like that name always. Victor, that's not. It's actually not a terrible idea, but it's like, you know, it's a lot of work to put into something that you're only going to do for 5 sessions. You know. Jackal is now on a limited edition watch for you. Well, I appreciate Jackal. So I need to reach out to like Darrington or Spencer Stark and say, hey, I'm gonna run your game, and like it'd be really cool if you guys could send me a limited edition or two. That'd be cool. I'd like to show your GM screen off because you don't sell it. It's only in the limited edition. I mean, I want all of I think the book is the limited edition cover is really nice, but I don't really technically care about that. I just like the GM screen. I don't even really need a GM screen, to be honest with you, because there's nothing I'm really hiding. And also I pretty much know all the moves by heart, even if I didn't know them all. Like I know how to PPTA GM, so I don't think that's fine. But that reminds me, Jackal Tornwoods, as you may have seen in our thing, I've got another sealed box set of Daggerheart that we are going to be giving away at some point tonight, maybe around 8 o'clock. So if you guys are interested in getting your copy of Daggerheart, now of course we are going to do like an EU friendly stream, and we are going to now Beowulf is excited. He says, this time the Australians can enter. This time only Australians can enter. No, this one is still going to be limited to the continental U.S. I apologize. But we are going to do an EU-friendly stream where I'm going to like basically have a tip goal that if we reach it, we'll do a giveaway. Because, again, like the shipping to the EU is like $40 or something, $50. It's pretty crazy, you know? It's a lot of work. I got to fill out customs form, and then you got to fill out VAT and figure out your VAT and all this other stuff. So I apologize if I'm missing your guys' chat. You guys are kind of scrolling like crazy today. Is there an option I can have to actually extend my chat? I'll have to check that out later. Featured chat overlay. No. Styling, overlay. Nope. Mechanics. Auto hide message after 200,000 milliseconds. No. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know why it. I thought it seems like it's like deleting them sometimes. Zaphod says, "Yeah, I saw the Dungeon Coach review earlier. It sounded like they didn't really engage with the system. I have not seen Alan's review yet, so I'll have to take a look at that at some point." I saw that Professor Dungeon Master released one. I did not get a chance to look at that one either. Can you just play with a D20 and have even hope and odd fear? Poor kid. Yes. However, you would have to tweak some of the numbers because the average of 2D12, right, is higher than the average of a D20. The average of a D20 is 10.5. The average of 2D12 is obviously 13. But also, you're going to get a different distribution. And while that doesn't necessarily matter, the designers, it wasn't just it's something they made up, where the designers actually wanted you to have more of a centralized distribution, a bell curve, as some people might call it, you know? Enrique says, Dungeon Craft's review was crazy terrible, but I knew he would not like that and then not invest his time into playing knowing the system. Yeah, I mean, I really respect Professor DM, and I like Dan. I think he's a cool guy. But yeah, it's not his style of the game. I mean, that's okay. That's what, I hesitate to call things reviews, but, you know, even if I've played the game once or twice. But I mean, if he played the game and didn't like it, he's free to espouse his opinion. I mean, that's what a review is. And if, you know, it's valuable to people, especially if people say, oh, what he likes, I like. Well, you know, that could be difficult, especially you got to make sure that you're using, you got to make sure you're using different colored dice. Diomedes, I agree with you. Diomedes says, I think y'all are being a bit uncharitable here. Bob in the comments was saying that he was not used to the style when he ran it and that a better improvisational GM would have done better with it. Yeah, I mean, I think the same could be said of Matt Mercer. And I have even come in and said, I'm giving him a lot of slack because he's been running this game and these games for 5-10 years, maybe longer, in a certain way. And you can't just pick that up and start running that, right off the bat. And so, hey, Isaiah, welcome back. Wow, Isaiah, it's been a long time. I mean, again, I had the good fortune of being introduced to Powered by the Apocalypse in the in the late 2000s, and when I was kind of playing 4th edition and starting to have some, as you do when you play an edition for a long time, you start to get some like you start to resent it a little bit and you want to go in a different direction. And I just happened to stumble into, the Dungeon Worlds and the Monster Hearts and the things of that nature. So I've been running those kind of games for 15 years. So yeah, I can't expect people who've just, I'll tell you this, I didn't run those games very well when I first started running them. That's for damn sure. Yeah, Roll for Combat had a really interesting video, and again, normally, I would say his stuff is clickbait, but that is actually, I think he's actually accurate. It's a fucked up situation completely. Yeah, I got to see the limited edition in person at Origins. One of my patrons had it, and she let one of our patrons use it, who is GMing, and it's just so pretty, so nice, so awesome. Space Narwhals won't let me enter because I already own it. Oh, well, at least she has some class. Enrique, we've actually reached out to Spencer, and he put us in touch with his scheduling agent, for lack of a better word, just because obviously he's got a lot of responsibilities and he's got a lot of stuff that he's trying to figure out. I'm sure he's very busy and has things that he needs to do. So I've actually been working with his agent, for lack of a better word, and trying to get him on. So I apologize to Chessbot. I'm sorry. 8 p.m. in what time zone? Eastern. So 20 minutes. In 20 minutes. Canada is not in the continental U.S. Andrew, I have not looked at the Cosmere RPG. I did not kickstart it. I don't know anything about Brandon Sanderson outside of his Wheel of Time novels. I've tried reading Way of Kings and Mistborn once each, and I didn't like them. Are those different books? I don't think so. So I'm not the expert on that. I'm sure we'll take a look at them at some point when they come out. Good to know that the VAT is approximately 2%. But who pay? I don't pay the VAT, right? You pay the VAT? I'm not even sure how that works. That is accurate. So I see all these people who are very disappointed with Professor DM, but it's like, you know, if you know Professor DM, you know what he wants out of a game. He thinks 5e D&D is too complicated, and he thinks that it's too easy on people for dying. Well, what do you think he's going to think of a game that literally lets you, when you drop to 0 hit points, just choose avoid death? What do you think? You know, he talks about how basically everything should, was it like everything should just be DC 15 or something, you know? Like, yeah, he's not going to like the game. That doesn't matter. Like, not everybody has to like a game for it to be the game that you want to play. In fact, Mark Rosewater says that if everybody likes your game, but nobody loves it, then your game will fail. And if people love your game, that means that some people are going to hate your game. And that's a good thing. I think it's good, you know. I think it's good. Yeah, Switchback. I mean, I think quite frankly, I'm learning something. I've learned this over the last couple of years. I've had the opportunity to meet more content creators, you know, as I ascend the ranks or whatever and go to dinners and stuff at Gen Con and the like. And a lot of these people are basically D&D players, like through and through. Some of them never, like they started playing with 5th edition. They started playing, you know, I mean, I'm in my 40s. A lot of these people are younger, you know. They started playing D&D when they were a teenager, and that was 5th edition D&D, and they're still playing it, you know. What's up, GM Scott? You were getting roasted in the comments of this video. I'm sorry. By the way, I'm really far behind. I'm really trying to clean up here. OE, great question. I mean, I could get into the economics of it. Hey, Edward.
$10. New goal when? I need a way to justify giving you some of my extra summer school money. Thanks for all you're doing.
Edward, thank you so much. I feel bad taking your extra school money. Well, I didn't change a new goal, Edward, because I feel like that would be that would be I don't know, that would be disingenuous of me, because I created that goal with the intention of that being July's goal. we finished it up last Tuesday, you know, the day I made it. So I feel like if I just changed it now and put a new one up, I think it would be kind of like, well, you know, that doesn't feel fair. It doesn't feel right, but I'm sure we'll come up with something. Well, thank you, Pyrite. I try. Definitely going gray, Pyrite. Luckily my dad, R.I.P., you know, he kept his hair till he died, but you know, he did go gray. So that's the price I have to pay. I'm okay with it. What does the title refer to? Well, Boyko, the title refers to the fact that in order to play Daggerheart and to respond to the demands of people, I am in the process of changing my bedroom over into a new playing studio so that we can play Daggerheart on the channel in person, live, and stream it. But that is going to cost me some money. And obviously the chat has helped an insane amount by filling up our home studio fund in 1 week, 1 day. But it is going to cost me, you know, time, effort, money, you know, to get some new features in there, you know, as well. Yeah, no complaints, Isaiah. It's you know, the salt and pepper look has been coming in since I was in my 30s, and I don't hate it. You know, I'm not. There's nothing wrong if you dye your hair. You know, I might even try it someday. You know, just to kind of remember what it was like to have dark hair. But I just mostly don't care. Also, the fact that like I've just been so busy, I don't have time to date or to, you know, God, I don't even know what dating's like anymore because it's just like, it's crazy. So, am I going to end up switching these? Luckily, Switchback channel, no. I moved my bed. I can't take my camera over to my old room, but I moved my bed into my old studio. And it's a king bed, and basically, it you open up the door to that room, and it's a bed. Like, it has, there's room for a bed and a nightstand, and that's about it. That's about it. So luckily it fits, so I do not have to sleep under the table. But Roll for Combat is here, and they are here to hijack our stream. If you haven't checked out Roll for Combat's video, you should definitely go check it out because there's a lot of really depressing information in there, unfortunately. Some people are calling Derek the George Clooney of RPGs. Who are these people? Level 2. Hey, what's up, friend?
Level 2 janitor tip $2. Nothing to add. Just chipping in a couple bucks for the studio.
Well, I appreciate it, Level 2 janitor. That is very, very, very nice. I appreciate that so much. Actually, as we're doing this, I'm in the process of using some of our old gear and trying to work out something with another person who's trying to get their channel started. It's a good. I can offload some of my unused gear and hopefully help out a new creator and extend to them a nice opportunity to try to repurpose some of our stuff. And it's a fun little community effort that we're putting in here together. So I appreciate everybody who's supporting us. So while I do not want to milk my fans, as Lord Kyler says, I do feel like I definitely appreciate the effort that you all make to make sure that we have this cool thing. So speaking of milking my fans, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, you should definitely go watch Mike's stuff. Great videos. Kind of soft-spoken guy, but jam-packed with information. So here's the deal. The deal is, this is just the economics of it. I will happily talk about the economics. It's just that, some people don't care about that stuff. But Mike Underwood if Spencer Stark was the lead designer, Mike Underwood was one of the second tier designers and developers. He actually was in our chat, our comments, and was saying that he really appreciated the stuff that we were doing. So another person from Darrington who likes and appreciates what we're doing, which I think is pretty cool. So the truth is, now that thanks, Foy. I forgot to milk the Prime subs. Yeah. So as a reminder, if you want to support us for free, right, you can do that on Twitch. You can head to twitch.tv/nightsoflastcall. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can go ahead and give us a free sub every month. It costs you no money. All you have to do is link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and then you'll have the ability to, once a month, give a channel a Prime sub. It's use it or lose it. You should give it to somebody. It'd be cool if you gave it to us. If you don't give it to us, that's fine. Give it to somebody else because you're paying for it. If you have Amazon Prime, you're paying for it. So you might as well use it. And, it's basically you're like, oh, yeah. So if you don't use it, you lose it. So you should definitely give it to somebody. It'd be cool if you gave it to us. But what method gives you the most bang for the buck? You mean in terms of tipping? The tips, the Stream Element tips, technically give us the most bang for our buck. Stream Elements takes 29 cents plus 2.9% for the plus any transactional fees if you're a conversion fees if you are not tipping us in US dollars. So if you're tipping us in euros or New Zealand dollars or whatever, Australian dollars, there's an additional fee that comes in for a currency conversion fee. But Stream Elements basically just goes through PayPal, so it's 29 cents plus 2.9% of the transaction fee. So that's the best rate. The second best rate is Patreon. Patreon also charges the 2.9% payment processing fee. But they take, I want to say 8% for the tier of Patreon that I'm on. So all in all, Patreon takes about 11%. Twitch takes 40% or something like that, 50%. I think they take less if you are a partner, but if you're just an affiliate, which is what I am, I think they take like 40% or 50%. YouTube takes 30%. Sweet. Yes, we are on. After years of people telling us I should be on Twitch, we are finally on there, so I appreciate it. No, that's all right. Spread it around, Isaiah. I don't care. If you use it for us, that's awesome. If you don't use it for us, that's cool too, as long as you're using it, you know? That's all I care about. Just use it. So, hey, you know what? I haven't said anything here, so hey, remember to like the channel. We're at 95 likes, and we're coming up on the 1 hour mark. So if we don't get to at least 100, and if we can't get to at least 100 likes, then we're not going to do the giveaway. We got to do the giveaway. I am on Twitch, Roll for Combat. You can go watch me on Twitch right now. Shout out to everybody there who's shout out to Slatebeard, shout out to Mike Lops, shout out to Bardic, all for the Twitch Prime subs. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Michael, I think it's really great, and I intend to whatever I can do to try to give this game a support is going to be great. Steven, so far we have given away 2 books, and we're going to give away a 3rd tonight. And by the way, as a reminder, you know, talk about the generosity of one man, okay? While his inventory of books that he paid for, that he created with his blood, sweat, and tears, while that is being stolen from him, this man, Stephen Glicker, is over here hooking us up with Daggerheart giveaways, all right, so that we can keep this game going. Like, you want to talk about a generosity, you know, just crazy. So yes, so tonight's giveaway, once again, sponsored by Roll for Combat. And of course, if you want to show them some love, you can do that by either checking out one of their upcoming Kickstarters or going over to rollforcombat.com and maybe making some perhechos. Drop the Venmo layout. So about the hey, thank you, Kaio, for the Prime sub. I mean, I don't want to like go off on a tangent here, but you know, one of the reasons that we fuck with Roll for Combat is because we really respect Mark and Steven, and we respect how they do business, and we respect that they are true players of the game. And, you know, even from our first review of it, me, Bob, and Smith were all just like, wow, these guys make great stuff, and they've got a great attitude, and they're very transparent with what they're doing, and they clearly care about the game, and they clearly know what they're talking about. And, you know, I think it's just, they're just they're just an incredible publisher. And I've obviously worked with them, so I'm a little biased in that respect. But, you know, I wouldn't do it if I didn't respect them, and I do. So, hey, thank you, Vegan Dan, for the Prime sub. Great stuff, guys. So, going back to what I was saying. I, obviously, now that I'm not working, this channel is my money. So making money is a good thing. Now, that means I cannot be in a situation, which I have been in the past, where I lose money doing this channel. That's not a thing that I can do anymore. Actual plays are not popular. Full stop. A lot of people, straight up, a lot of people don't like them. Totally fine. They're very specific. If you don't like that game, you're probably unlikely to watch that actual play. Third, some people, us included, are pretty painful to watch sometimes, play actual plays. I think Critical Role is painful to watch sometimes, if I'm being honest. So it's a very niche product, okay? So the problem is when I go and do an actual play, I've got to herd a lot of cats. I got to get players in. And this is not like I'm not I'm not throwing them $10,000 a month to come play a couple games with me, okay? So if we do an actual play and the guys come over and we go through all this rigmarole to sit down and play a game for you all, and we get 40 people watching and we get $20 in tips, divided by 4 guys, $5 a person. Now, to be fair, we get to play games and, you know, we're that's fine, you know? But we could do that a lot easier and with a lot less pressure and a lot less whatever if we just played games. So the thing about actual plays that's tough is you want to monetize it in a way that not only can I make money, by that I mean Derek and the channel, but it's also cool to be able to throw some, you know, throw some money to my friends who are making the time out of their schedules to come over and, you know, and to film this game or to live stream this game. So that has always been the trick. Now, in the past, we have done very well with our actual plays when we introduce something like the Wheel of Pain. But a lot of people hate the Wheel of Pain. So, you know, it's a balancing act, you know? It's a balancing act. Michael says, the ultimate question is, what class or subclass loadout is best for Ashley Johnson in Campaign 4? You know, it's my understanding that Ashley is not the most gamiest of gamers. And so from my perspective, when I think about correct me if I'm wrong, she has the Grace domain, right? So is she a bard or is she a rogue? I would avoid the Grace domain, that's for sure. She is a bard. Okay. Well, that's a terrible choice for Ashley because because Grace and Codex, and the only reason I know that she's a bard is because I remember in the first episode when she used like the Enrapture spell and she thought mistakenly that it affected everybody. But Codex domain is easily one of the most complex domains that there is, and Grace is not necessarily super complicated, but it is things. So I think that she should probably be a. Let's see, I would avoid Sage. Warrior. I think Bone and Blade are both pretty straightforward, both pretty simple and clear and easy to the point. The Brawler, you know, from the Juggernaut, if assuming we're going that, you know, but that's okay. You know, I just think that there's something to be said about a game. In fact, one of the things that I've talked about is that the game has such an incredibly powerful way to sort of combine different play styles in one go. Let me hop over to the hey, what's up, Booth?
Booth be tipped $10. I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm celebrating my demotion at work.
You're a madman. You shouldn't be tipping anybody, Boothby. Boothby, congrats on your demotion. And you know what? You might think I'm being tongue-in-cheek, but actually I'm kind of not. Congrats on your demotion. So what a win. Those donuts did look good though, Jackal, didn't they? Oh, by the way, Jackal, now that we got a studio again, we're definitely going to try to get some Hackmaster on this bitch. So let me hop over here. Okay, so nope, this is Warhammer: The Old World. Okay, so if we go over to the SRD here, okay, like I said, if you are a wizard, you know, by level 2 or level 3, by level 2, okay, if you are a School of Knowledge wizard, okay, hold on a second. Chris, well, we covered this in depth last Thursday. So I'm, I don't think we need any more to go to. But by the way, this game did make it like not to the top of my short list, but it's on the short list. This game went straight to the top of, or not straight to the top, but it went straight onto the short list of games I want to play because this game looks pretty sweet. Oh yeah, happy Canadian Day, eh? Okay, you watched it later. Cool. So this is one of the things I really like about this game. If you're a level 2, not level 7, not level 5, a level 2 wizard in this game, if you are a School of Knowledge wizard and you level up to level 2, and as one of your level up abilities, you choose an additional domain card, you could, at level 2 of this game, have for 5, because you start with 2, you get an additional one at level 2. The School of Knowledge wizard gets an additional one per tier. Okay? So you have 5 spells at level 2. And you could also use your level up to take a 6th card. So at level 2, a wizard could have already things in their vault. Okay? But the wizard could have Book of Ava, Book of Eliot, Book of Typhar, Book of Siddle, Book of Vargas, okay, all at level 2, okay? Well, you could have more than 6 grimoires, but there aren't 6 grimoires, so then you would also take one from Splendor. That means that our level 2 wizard has, at all times, access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 spells just from their grimoires, plus an additional spell from their Splendor. So this class could be tremendously complex and powerful, okay? But you could also be a warrior and just take Untouchable and get a bonus to your invasion equal to half your agility. It's permanent. It doesn't require any work. It just, once you put it in, it's just in and it works, and that's all it does, right? And then you could also take a blade ability, say at level 2, and you could take Reckless. Mark a stress to gain advantage on an attack. Pretty simple, right? Mark stress, add an advantage die. That's it. Simple. It's about as quick and simple and easy as it. You want to hit more? Make your attack reckless. So these are both level 2 characters. But the complexity difference between the two of them is dramatic, and I think that's what makes this game very compelling and very interesting. Because you can have people who would take a character like this crazy cracked out Codex, wizard, or you could have somebody who's just a warrior who just has some basic, simple abilities. That's all. Chris, thank you for your donation. Apparently, Chris is thanking me for my donation. Chris, thank you so much for the super chat. I really, really appreciate it, and that is very, very kind of you to support the show. So anyways, one of the things that I've really been impressed with this game is just that is the scale of it. I sold myself, Edward, on the new Warhammer. It looks really, really cool. And again, that combat system is very cool. I just want to play with it and see, how well it works. And yeah, I do love zones, Enrique. I do love zones. I'm just not big on grid. I like grids. Don't get me wrong, but right now, I'm just not on grids. I got furious. Matt decided to use a fear to straight up interrupt Laura's turn. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. I don't think we ever debated that Codex wasn't strong. The thing about Codex is these abilities are, pretty limited. They're pretty niche, Codex. We hadn't seen the Codex. Oh, you hadn't seen the Codex domain. What the hell are these names? So the way that the Codex domain works is the Codex domain is the only domain that all the other domains have spells and abilities. The Codex domain has grimoires. And grimoires are basically, instead of one ability, they are a collection of abilities. And as long as you have this book in your loadout, you can use all three of these abilities. And so, there's no, you could have multiple books loaded. So basically, you get a ton of options. It's a new game, Albastine, but, you know, also your chance for a scar at low level is pretty low, so. I really love the Daggerheart Marshals casters. I could take or leave. I mean, that's a good place to be, right? I know you don't like the rogue, but Old World and Grimwild are my newest fixations. It's funny that you mentioned that, because I'm opening it right here. I've got my like recently open. You guys can't see it on the stream, but in my recently open, I literally have Grimwild because I was just recently reviewing, rereading this PDF, and I was like reading some of the stuff about diminishing pools, and some of the stuff about the story arcs, and some of the stuff about that kind of stuff. I was just kind of rereading some of the stuff in the GM toolkit as well, just because there was a lot of cool stuff, a lot of cool tech in that game, which I really, really liked. Hacker Heart. Sorry, boy. All right. Let's take a look. Oh, yep. Phil. I just got it. I just got your Prime gift sub. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. Sub number 23. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, folks. Let's you guys ready to who wants to win a copy of Daggerheart? Now remember, unfortunately, at this time, I can only give it to somebody with a continental US based address or PO box. I apologize. I will try to make one of these do a giveaway to, you know, somewhere else in the world that isn't going to cost $100 to ship or something like that. But, you know, so, but we're going to do a giveaway here. Mark, go watch Thursday's live stream. We got it on our live stream tab. We got it on the VOD. But long story short, Mark, it's just a very cool update of the system. It's very simple, easy, quick. I like its dice pool system. I like its magic system. I love its combat system, and I like its advancement system. So there's a lot, and I like its downtime, quote unquote, downtime system. Its endeavor system. Basically, I like almost every aspect of the game. I think. I don't think there was anything that I didn't like. All right. Let me bring up my giveaway stuff here. One second. Go. Reset. Alrighty. Boop. All right, folks. Type exclamation point join to join the list. Oh, wait, hold a sec. I got to turn it on. My bad. Stop entries. All right. And one second. I messed it up. Sorry. I didn't reset it. Okay. Type exclamation point join to join the list. Why is nobody getting joined on the list? What's going on? Why is this not working? Why is this not updating? What is going on here, folks? All right, stopping the entries. Okay. Enabling. Resetting. All right, there we go. Okay, sorry. Try it again. And I don't know why it was not working. So type exclamation point join in chat. That will get you into the contest to win a Daggerheart box set. There you go. And there's Jonas. We got Pink Pony Pub. We got OE, Mark, Random Anon. I see Damien's in chat. Molting Star, Cal's in there. Ethan, Heidi. It is USA only right now. I mean, you can enter, and if you win and you send me an address that's like, I don't know, in southern France, I'm just going to say, no, you don't get it, but don't worry. We'll definitely do, I've just got a lot of stuff on my plate right now, and I don't have the time to go do all like the fill out the format and figure out the customs and where I have to do all that extra rigmarole and stuff like that. Okay. All right. Hey, now. All right, that's fair. I know a guy in NYC. Oh, that's funny. One day we'll definitely do. Like I said, we'll do an EU one. I don't know what the current shipping costs are. Cost to ship a. Right now, according to ChatGPT, if I did a first class international to Australia, New Zealand, it would cost $42 to $59. So it's kind of tough. But I mean, it is on the other side of the world, so there's that. Yeah, exactly. Beowulf. Oof is the correct response. Which, isn't like the end of the world or anything like that. I mean, we've given away bigger things like that. But it's. I could go, give 2 more books away for that cost. Oh, nice. You're gonna run a campaign with some Grimwild's elements. You're gonna borrow the ritual system since Daggerheart doesn't have one. Plus, you love Grimwild's clocks and other things. So, diminishing pools are interesting. I think there's an interesting element to that, by the way, because there's like that sense of like unknown. So I do like that. I've come to appreciate that about diminishing pools from Grimwild, is that there's sort of a chance element to the pool rather than it just being, a stochastic, oh, I know we're 4 ticks away, so we're good. There's no chance that this clock is just going to, randomly finish. So the diminishing pools add a kind of risk to the element. So I like that, I think, a little bit sometimes. Yeah, I know, level 2 janitor. I just threw this up randomly while we're talking and bullshitting, but. There you go. Correct. Exactly, Therians. Now, to be fair, Therians, sometimes I think that's cool because if something's going to happen in 5 days, it doesn't really make sense that it might randomly happen in 10 days or 4 days. You know what I mean? Like, or 3 days. So like, I think there's times when using a specific tick, tick, tick clock, like a real clock, like when it's tied to something that you can actually fungibly count, it makes sense to use a normal clock. But when it's something like, will the orcs attack? And there's like, there's like more of a range of possibilities in terms of the timingness of it. I think that could be really cool as well. That is the difference, Beowulf, between clocks and fronts for sure. The fronts aren't as deterministic, right? As this will occur at this exact time in that respect. All right. Well, reading aid is our last entry. So we are going to go ahead. We've got quite a few people here. So I'm going to go ahead and call that good. And we're going to go ahead and do our giveaway. Okay. Good luck to everybody. Here we go. Drum roll, please. Horizon Thunder Sphere. All right, Vintage Zebra, you are our winner. Congratulations to Vintage Zebra. Congrats for winning the game, or for winning the winning the contest. So what you could go ahead and do is send me a email at my Knights of Last Call address. Include a link to your YouTube account so that I know that it's actually you. And then go ahead and give me your name and address and mailing information, and I will get a copy out to you. So congrats to our winner. Did we do a follow-up video to Origins? I think I talked about it, Nate, on Tuesday a little bit. Last Tuesday. But congrats, Vintage Zebra. DM Alenda. Well, yes, it is true. My initials are DM. Hey, that's no problem, Zen. Thank you for hanging out. Hey, I'm happy to have a longtime supporter of the channel be our winner. That's awesome. Thank you. Congrats. So look at this one right here. I do have to order some boxes from Uline though to ship them out. It was hard to find boxes that were right there. So make sure you get that email address, dmelenda@knightsoflastcall.com. And shoot me an email. All righty. Well, now that is over, you all can leave. No, just kidding. But probably not going to go super late tonight. Where the hell is this thing? There it is. Okay. Take care, Dan. Thanks for staying and hanging out. And again, thank you to Stephen Glicker and Roll for Combat for providing us with the opportunity to give these Daggerheart games away. And thank you to Darrington Press for continuing to be very supportive and encouraging us. And yeah, I have no idea if the new Warhammer has a creative license or not. That's a good question. I'm assuming it does. Somebody already has like a version 0.1 Foundry module. Yeah, I mean, he's a tough cookie, but, it's a huge blow. And I think a lot of companies are not going to be as resilient as he is, and be in a position like he is. And that's just shitty. It's just so shitty, especially the part that he said today, which I hadn't even thought of, which is that because they're going to go to liquidators, he's going to be forced to compete against himself, because they're going to be selling these things at the bargain dollar bin for $5. He's going to be competing against himself. It's going to be fucked up. That's an acceptable reason, Sarak. That's fine. Yeah, no, I mean, he talked to me a little bit before he kind of went and sort of revamped it. And, obviously it was, it was partially motivated by the fact that this is a huge financial hit for him. And, he's got employees in the form of Mark, and he has, independent contractors and artists and stuff like that. So, it's a tough spot to be in.
Hey,
Dr. Metropolis.
$25. Hey, Derek. As a man with young children and too little time, you are my lifeline to the world of TTRPGs. Thanks for all you do, and for building a space just about the games.
Thank you, Dr. Metropolis. Yeah, we're definitely all about the games here. I really appreciate that. And, obviously, I have the freedom as a person without the kids and the things to do this stuff. So I'm happy that you can maybe get a little bit of vicarious love. But I also, ultimately, I want you to be able to play these games too. And I'm sure you'll be able to figure out a time for that as well. And to be clear, I have a lot of views. I have a lot of beliefs. But one of my deliberate choices is to focus on the games here. There's other avenues and other venues for people to express their thoughts and feelings about things in the world. And, and some other venues, I'm a little bit more open about my beliefs and my views. But, ultimately, this is a place to talk about role-playing games and games in general. And I try to keep it that way. Try to keep it light, just because we don't need more doom and gloom than we already have in the world today. So I appreciate that. Yes, and Dragons, thank you so much. I get so much to think about from these streams. Thank you. Well, I'm glad that you are inspired. Yes, and Dragons, and I still owe you. I got to get you a quote there. But I appreciate you, and I'm glad that you get some good thoughts here. Yeah, hyper obnoxious. I mean, that's kind of the way I am as well. Go ahead, Bruno. Ask away. That's what we're here for. We are here to hang out and answer questions and hang out. And like I said, we're in transitional status. We'll go from there. All right. So Bruno has a question about partial success rolls and GM moves. When a player is, for example, trying to climb a wall and rolls a success with fear, I tell him he makes it, but catches the attention of some mountain trolls. Is that my GM move, or do I still get one? So that's a great question. It all kind of really depends on what it is that, what you're doing in the fiction, right? I would say this. If those mountain trolls were sort of fictional, okay? If those mountain trolls didn't exist in the fiction, if you were kind of creating them out of nothing, I would certainly consider that to be more of a intense move. But if the trolls already are there and the player is already trying to sort of get away from them, then I don't think you're doing as much work to sort of bring them into the attention of the players. And a couple of key critical points here. So the player succeeded, but they rolled with fear. So they succeeded, but something bad happened. So I absolutely think that because they succeeded with fear, right? You gain a fear token, and you get the GM move. So you could totally spend that fear to have the monster sort of come over and sort of investigate them. But this is something I think that people are messing. Again, I'm of a certain belief about these games, and let me go over to the whiteboard because I think this is the thing that I think people are messing up the most. And I apologize that we're already going to the whiteboard. We don't really need the whiteboard for this, but it helps me think. Uh-oh, did my... Oh, okay, it was just... All right, so now it's a proper stream. Yeah, so, okay. Online here. I gotta change my welcome tablet to the right. Mapping. Monitor 2. Nope. Monitor 3. Yep, there we go. Okay. Test. Okay, good. All right, let's pick a dark color. All right, and let's change this to Windows 10. Hey, there we go. Okay, cool. So, I think what people are getting tripped up on is that what happened to my cursor? Okay, so what I think people are getting tripped up on here is that... Jesus Christ, what is going on? There we go. People are getting tripped up on the fact that a GM gets a turn, which allows them to make moves, when the PC rolls with fear, or when the PC rolls a failure. I think people are pretty okay understanding about that, right? There's also this idea that they can spend a fear point and sort of continue to make moves or seize control of the spotlight, right? And take moves, right? Why am I triggering you, Beowulf? But there's a problem here, which I think people are ignoring. And I think this is what's causing people to run into problems, which is these to I mean, move the oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, there you go. Better. I don't know exactly what the percentage is going to be, but I'm going to say that these three triggers, okay? So the PC rolls with fear, the PC rolls a failure, or the GM spends a fear point. These are going to be probably roughly 20% of the reasons I make a move in a game. Because these moves only occur when, obviously, when the PCs roll. And then even when the PCs roll, they have to either fail or they have to roll with fear. Or I have to have that fear point and I have to be able to spend it at an appropriate time. So these are limited. And so when I'm running a game of Daggerheart, I'm guesstimating based off of my prior experience, that this is going to only account for about 20% of the moves I make. So, what are the other 80%? Well, it's the stuff listed in the book. Okay? It's golden opportunities and the players look to you. This is where 80%, in my personal opinion, of your GM moves are going to come from. Now, I see people talking about adversary spotlights. That's not true. Again, I need to get a couple dozen reps with the game. But I'm going to guess that a lot of my adversary spotlights are actually going to come from golden opportunities. My guess is that a lot of adversary spotlights are going to be coming, obviously, because of fears and failures. But a lot of my adversary spotlights are going to be golden opportunities. Okay? And the reason is, per the rules of the game, anytime the players look to you to see what happens next, or to ask you a question, or to figure out anything, they are giving you the spotlight. And I'm going to be able to make a GM move. Now, the key here is that the GM move that you make with the players look to you should be a very, very soft move. Okay? So, well, golden opportunities are going to depend on a lot of what the players do. Okay? So, the thing is, when the GM oh, come on, don't do this to me again. Come on, spacebar. Yeah, I know. Every time I use this, you don't have to tell me how the game fucking works. This is why I hate Windows Ink mode. So when the players, so the general rule of thing is the players will do something. It may not even involve rolling dice. Okay? The players will do something. They'll look to you. You'll make a... yes, I actually have an Excalidraw subscription. Hyper. They'll look to you. I will make a soft move. Okay? At this point, if that soft move threat is ignored, then this will trigger a golden op. A golden op. That will lead to a hard GM move, which could be an adversary spotlight. But at no point in this chain of events did I use fear, or did any of this result on the players rolling dice or failing? Okay? Beowulf demands that we bring out the ogre. Could we get an example of the scenario? So I think somebody mentioned above something about a sniper. Yeah, they said the warrior's going to run straight at the sniper that is very far. Yeah. Okay. So, for example, the players do something. Okay? They let's say the player succeeded with let's say the player critically hit and they killed the ogre, you know? Well, when the players kill the ogre, one of the things they're going to do is they're going to look to you. because they want to know what's going to happen. Did I kill the ogre? And I'm going to say, yes. I go, I said, the ogre falls to the ground with a sickening thump. His body collapses onto the ground. Some of the monsters look shocked and surprised, but you see that the orc fire archer, has a glint, evil glint in his eye, and has raised his bow, pointing it at the wizard. So what happened is the players did something. They killed the ogre. They rolled a critically hit, so they rolled success with hope. They looked to me to see what happened. I made a very soft move. I told them about a future badness. I told them about the threat of this orc archer raising up his bow to shoot. That's not the orc that's not the orc. I'm not spotlighting the adversary. The orc did not do anything mechanically. I'm simply telling you that the orc fire archer has raised his bow and pointed at the wizard. Okay? So then if I throw the spotlight, let's say, to the wizard, now the wizard might say, I stop, drop, and roll. I dive behind cover. I throw a fire blast at the archer before he can get a bead on me. That's all responding to the threat. But if the wizard decides to instead, to cast a telekinetic push spell on a group of minions, that's totally fine. But that is going to trigger a golden opportunity. That's going to allow me to make a hard GM move, and that's going to cause me to spotlight that adversary, that orc fire archer, quote unquote, for free, because that's me responding to the fiction, not the mechanics. The problem with these things is that people see these fear GM move mechanics, and they are they're treating it like it's a mechanics first game. It's not a mechanics first game. It's a fiction first game. And so this play pattern, which I'm showing you here on screen, is at the heart of what the game is all about. PBTA games, in my personal opinion, because a lot of times what I will do is I will create potentially multiple things. I might create an opportunity and a threat. I might create two threats, and the players don't get to respond to both threats, So this is where I think, but again, too, I also want to be a fan of the players. I'm not trying to fuck with them. If somebody has an incredibly good run of luck or something like that, I want them to be a badass, and I want them to be cool, So, I'm a big fan, of doing that. Beowulf, I think that's totally fine. So here's how I would probably, by the way, deal with that in the game. Forget the mechanics. The mechanics don't matter. I know that I just said that the orc hasn't even shot. The orc hasn't gone. So I say the orc fire archer. The orc fire archer, raises his bow, and flame begins to gather around the tip of the arrow and pointing at the wizard. And then I throw the spotlight to the wizard, and I say, "Wizard, what do you do?" And the wizard says, "Shit, I'm going to dive to cover." And I go, "Great, wizard, make an agility roll." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." So let's say the wizard makes the agility roll. He succeeds, all right? He dives forward. He rolls up. I might then re-spotlight the wizard and say, you hear the sizzle and crackle as the arrow flies overhead and, sinks into the pile of rubble upon which you just hid your body. And then I go, "What do you do next?" I'm re-spotlighting the wizard. Diving behind a rubble shouldn't be a person's only turn. The wizard pops out and he goes, "I'm going to unleash a burning hand spell at the wizard, at the orc archer." I go, "Yeah, you're close enough now, because did he take a move action? I don't know. We'll move his mini, whatever. It's theater of the mind." Yeah, he did a leaping, forward somersault roll. I don't know. He's a badass wizard. What do you want from me? Like, I don't care. Like, we'll move him as the needs be, but we'll throw out rolls and moves, and we'll just go with the fiction, right? And then the cool thing is, the wizard says, "I'm going to pop up and cast a burning hands." I go, "Okay, so you're diving forward, and you're going to pop up and cast a wizard hands. Okay, Guardian, what are you doing?" Because maybe the wizard knows he's going to get his chance, but I just want to quickly check in with the Guardian. "Guardian, what are you doing?" And the Guardian says, "I'm blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not going to take the Guardian's turn yet. I'm not going to take the Guardian's turn yet. The Guardian's turn is sort of like in the queue, you know? And now we'll shoot back to the Wizard. We'll let him resolve his Burning Hands. He gets a cool moment. And then we shoot back over to the Guardian, who is sort of already sort of committed to that action, and now we're sort of resolving it. So in my mind, after any action that the player takes, take care, Sailaway. It was good to see you. After any action the players take, there is a very, 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 very high chance that the players have either triggered a golden opportunity or they're going to be looking to you to see what happens. And if they're doing that, then you are free to make a move. The only distinction here is that I would make hard moves with golden opportunities, and I would make soft moves with the players look to you to find out what happens. And again, just so that we don't think that, you know, Derek is just a crazy person and he's just making all of this nonsense up, if we go over to the rules, we can see here that make a GM move when the players roll with fear, fail an action roll, do something that has unavoidable consequences. Oh, we didn't even cover that one. Give you a golden opportunity, an opening that demands an immediate response. Don't sleep on this. Don't sleep on this. This is going to happen a lot. Think about the fiction of the game. Oh, Daggerheart doesn't have attack of opportunity. Monsters don't have attack of opportunities. Yes, they do. If you think that a player suddenly just like leaving combat with the troll to go deal with the other threat on the other side of the battlefield, guess what? That's an opening that demands an immediate response. And I'm going to do that. And I'm going to have a hard move for that, including a monster, an adversary spotlight. But also look to you to see what happens next. Players are doing this all the time. Okay? All the time. So, Boyko, I don't think it's that. Which is 50? Yeah, it's probably reasonably high. Well, so Boyko, that is true. But the reason why this is important is because I've heard people say things like, because here's what I want to, this is what I want to point out, Boyko. Look at these examples of GM moves. The problem that I'm seeing is that a lot of people are like, well, the only move that I'm making during a combat is spotlighting an adversary. And they're like, oh, I want to do other cool moves and I want to do other interesting moves, but I just don't have the opportunities. Well, to be clear, level 2 janitor, it is a bit of it's a bit unfair if you did not telegraph the threat beforehand. Right? Golden opportunities should not be gotchas. Okay? They should not be gotchas. So that's where I think it's important to understand. Unless everybody understands what that means. Do you know what I mean? Like there might be certain golden opportunities where it's like, yeah, everybody knows what happens if you fall in the lava. You know, like that kind of thing. Like I didn't have to telegraph that the lava was dangerous, right? We know that lava is dangerous, right? So if it's immediate and apparent, then that's when you can reflect on it. And by the way, the language here sort of suggests that, you know, they don't really go into it maybe here in this SRD, but they go into it as better stuff in other PBTA games about this idea that the players understand that there's going to be a consequence, you know, as well. But also keep in mind here, it's an opening that demands an immediate response. And I should also say that this is more PBTA language, but one of the things is when you do get to make a move, a hard move, the language that is frequently used in PBTA is you can make as hard of a move that you want to make. That doesn't mean you have to make the hardest move, but you should respect the fiction, you know? So one of the things that they talk about in the core book, I don't know if they explain it here in the SRD, but they roughly have the example GM moves listed from from softest move to hardest move. So generally speaking, if you want to make a soft move, you are going to be looking, you know, maybe these list of GM moves, right? When you start getting up here, now you're starting to make what I would call harder moves, right? Moves that really have context. that is a totally fine pedant point to make. So the only move that, you know, again, I probably wouldn't make a soft move that was like, you know, take away an opportunity permanently. But these type of moves up here, I'm going to be doing these things all the time, regardless of whether the PC's rolled or rolled with fear or failed, or if I spent a GM point or a fear point. This is me following the rules of the game, making a move every time the players look to you for what happens next. And again, if you've ever played a TTRPG, you will know that the players look to you to see what happens next almost every single time they do anything. Anything. So, because they have to, right? You're their window into the world. You're their window into the resolution of mechanics. You're their window. When they ask you a question, hey, that bookshelf, are there any red books on that bookshelf? And then what are they doing? Think about it. Imagine your mind's eye. You're sitting at a table. The player asks, are there any red books on that bookshelf? And the players are looking at you because they want to see what happens next. Guess what? Make a GM move. And I know what you're thinking, well, everything's a GM move. Now you're getting it. Everything is a GM move, right? And I might ask a question, and I might build on the answer. I might show them how the world reacts. I might drive a PC to action by dangling their goals in front of them. I might signal an imminent off-screen threat. I can do whatever the fiction demands and whatever the drama requires, right? And that's going to allow me to sort of sculpt a game experience without having a preset plan, because at the end of the day, it's still all going to be driven by the player's actions and the player's agency. So I think a lot of people, right, you know, and I understand why, they get caught up into this notion that they need to be playing by this very discrete game of, you know, well, you know, the monster rolled, the player rolled fear, now I get to go. No. You know, I've seen GM post like, my players didn't have any fear, or my players didn't roll with any fear, and I wasn't able to do anything. No, not true. Slatebeard, that depends on you and your group. I know that my group tends to sort of appreciate a little bit of table talk and talking about the mechanics. I think that's totally fine. What if a player just says, if there is a red book on the bookshelf, I grab it. Otherwise, I move to the window and take cover behind the wall, looking to Bob to see what he is doing. It's a very weird way to phrase something. But I would say you quickly look at the bookshelf and you see that there is no red book. And then you start to make your way over to the window. However, as you're doing so, blah, 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 blah. That's how I would probably phrase that. I mean, yeah, it definitely sounds like somebody who is I'll mostly just, if somebody's trying to be like a pedantic asshole, I will just ignore them basically and just kind of like break. I mean, that's like some, like, well, I said, if it wouldn't kill me, I go forward, but you let me go forward. So were you lying to me? Is there a consequence for failing a check? Is the consequence for failing a check a GM move, or should the GM make an extra GM move other than the consequence for failing? That's a great question. So technically, when the player fails, there's a couple of things that kind of happen, right? Because technically, when you fail an action, you are failing an action, and the players are looking to you for what happens next. One of the things that I tend to do is I will, this might be a situation if the player fails a roll where I might sort of show the consequences of what happens because of their failure. And then that's a soft move. And then I might make a hard move based off of previously established threats. And because they failed an action roll, this gives me a lot more, I guess, buy-in at the table. I'm not just making the monster go. The players failed, and they understand that that has consequences, But yeah, generally speaking, don't get so caught up in these rules because I would never call for checks in Daggerheart ever. The players will describe what they're doing, and that may lead to a test, but other than that, I'm not calling for a roll ever. You can after the players tell you what they're doing, but it shouldn't be like in the dark. Like you're like, why am I making this instinct roll? I'm looking for this here. Daggerheart, why are you a 195 MB game? All right, here we go. This is the most important rule because look at even the language that they use here. They say, consider making a GM move when a player does one of the following things. So you don't even have to, right? And also, here's the most important thing. But the general rule of thumb is this. You can make a GM move whenever you want. That's not flavor text. That's the rule. Your job is to represent the fiction. Full stop. That is what fiction first gaming means. It means that things that happen should feel naturalistic and flow from the nature of the game. Mechanics is just whatever, We don't worry about that. All this stuff about fear, all this stuff about failure, these are times, this is just consider making a GM move. Because the game rule is you can make a GM move whenever you want. The game is just saying when somebody rolls fear on an action roll, when somebody fails an action roll, when somebody does something that would have consequences, when somebody gives you a golden opportunity, when someone looks to you to see what happens next, consider making a GM move because you can make a GM move whenever you want. So this is merely saying, these might be appropriate times to do it because you can do it whenever you want to. So don't get stuck in this concept or this notion that you are somehow trapped or locked in by these mechanics. Because even the game itself, technically, a player could fail an action roll and I might not make a GM move. I don't have to. I considered making a GM move and I chose not to. I don't know why I wouldn't, or why maybe I don't know. There could be a reason. I didn't. It's not. I don't have to. My job is to run to make a GM move when I want, because my job is not to crush the PCs or act adversarially. I'm there to help tell a story. I'm there to support the fiction and the drama. I'm there to embrace my agendas and my principles. Come on. Where is the principle? These removes. Where the hell did they talk about this? I swear this was in the book. I'm glad we're talking about all this shit. Loot, NPCs. Where the hell do they talk about the agenda? Did I miss that? Thank you. 142. What the fuck page is that? Oh, it's in core guidance. Okay, yeah. So this is my goal. These are my principles. I'm following that, you know? That's my goal. Now, these are best practices. This is how I should go about doing it. But ultimately, I am here to follow these rules. So as long as I'm making moves that are in alignment with these 7 principles, then I'm doing my job, you know. And for me, fill the world with life, wonder, and danger is probably the hallmark of what it is that I'm trying to do in this game. Now, to be fair, some frames do change these lists. So this is a generic list of principles. Different frames, your group may have different priorities. And the frame the style of the campaign may have a different priority of what it is your job to do with the principles. But generally speaking, you know, this is, you know, what we're trying to do. And this is taken straight out of you know, Powered by the Apocalypse stuff here. But, you know, I want to fill the world with life and wonder and danger and all this other stuff. Make it an exciting world. But if we're playing like a political espionage thriller, one of my principles might be always, always emphasize the conspiracy, always, lead them down another rabbit hole. You know, like that might be one of my principles, and I should be taking moves in alignment with that sort of campaign goal, right? So I think that's really important. Let's see here. Thank you. How would you use clocks? Are you using them for small-scale combat to make it more interesting, or for long-term narrative reasons? You could do both. Bennett, you could totally do both. I think that's totally fine. You could. I mean, there's a lot of different things you could do. You could be like, the orc war priest is casting a spell. You throw a 4 o'clock down, and every time the players take a turn, you tick a clock, and you tick a thing, and they have to try to stop it. And then when he gets completed, he summons some demon, and now you add a new monster to the battlefield. You're like, well, that orc doesn't have that ability. Yeah, but in the fiction, this orc this orc necromancer or whatever, this orc demonmancer, demonologist or whatever like that is summoning demons. Cool. He can summon demons then. I don't need that in his stat block. because the fiction has established that he is a demonologist, and these orcs are worshiping demons, and they're drinking the blood of Manaroth or whatever World of Warcraft thing that we're going with. And, you know, we bring in a Burning Legion thing, and cool. You know, that's great. Right. Logan, I think has it right here. Don't get stuck in the rules, because the mechanics and the rules, they're important, but they're not the most important thing in this game. It is not a mechanics first game. It is a fiction first game. Full stop. You know, have you ever played? So I'll give you an example. You may not like this. This may not be good for you. Okay? But I'm going to describe it to you, because this doesn't always work against me as well, right? It works for the players as well. I mean, you know, again, I'm being respectful to the fiction. Okay, so what do I want to do here? Do I want to go to whiteboard? Yeah. Okay, I think I want to go to the whiteboard. Okay. Let's say I have a fight, a battle, and we'll use circles for the PCs, okay? So we got a PC here, and we have a PC here. Okay, these are our PCs. We got 3 PCs, I guess. There we go. Nope, that's still not copying that. Apparently, you can't copy this. You have to right-click and duplicate it. Cool. All right, so that's our PCs, and we've got the triangles. These are our monsters. Okay. Now, we have all played. In fact, you know what I'll do here too? I'll say that this is an enemy wizard. You know. So we have all played D&D. So we've all been here before, okay? The PC is fighting one of the orc bruisers, and this orc is over here, and this orc is over here, and this PC goes, all right, I'm going to move and attack the wizard, right? We've all played D&D. We've all played Pathfinder 2, so we've all been here before, where you've got this orc over here fighting, you know, I don't know, fighting the barbarian or something like that. And you've got 2 quote-unquote unengaged orcs, and the wizard's back here, and we're playing this round turn-based initiative, and this character goes, you know, if we're playing Pathfinder 2, shit, you know, you could move, you know, you could take 2 moves, move, and then attack, you know, or hell, in Pathfinder 2, maybe you just take your whole turn, move, right? But here's the thing, you're thinking about this from a mechanics-based perspective. And you're like, yeah, it's his turn. During his turn, nothing is, you know, everybody is frozen in place and nothing happens like this. In a fiction-first game, that is just never going to happen. Because a player is going to say, I'm going to say, all right, what do you do? And the player is going to say, I see the wizard and I begin making a beeline for it. And he is looking to me to see what happens. And I'm going to say, the nearest orc berserker growls as the wizard sort of motions, you know, towards you, and he begins moving. And by the way, I might be literally moving the minis out like this. And I say, he begins charging at you with his axe raised. What do you do? And then the player says, I'm going to raise my shield and I'm going to meet him in combat. And I'm moving everybody. Did the orc take a turn? No, yes, sort of, kind of, maybe, right? I don't give a shit. What matters is that's what it would look like on a real battlefield. That's what it would look like in a fiction. I don't give a shit about grid-based combat movement. I just don't care, right? And by the way, the same thing is true. On my turn, I might not even use I might make it as a soft move. I might not even activate the adversary. I might tell the PCs, hey, this guy sees that the orc begins crunching into him, and this guy's going to start coming in. And then I'll say, hey, what do you do? And this PC says, oh, shit, I'm going to rush in and cut him off before he can engage. And I go, cool. You guys clash somewhat closer, and you guys begin dueling it back and forth and back and forth. And then maybe I hit this guy and I succeed, and again, as part of my additional movement, show them how the world reacts, show them how the battlefield moves. I say, oh, hey, you start getting pushed back, and the orc starts trying to try to peel off to flank the person, right? I'm respecting the fiction. I don't give a shit. Now, mechanics are still there, and when we do go to the mechanics, we should use them, and we should respect them. But what matters more than anything is the fiction, because the fiction is first, Andrew says, so this is not a game for groups that like mechanics. Andrew, what makes this game different than PBTA games is that when you finally get to actually using mechanics, most PBTA games are essentially all the same. Roll 2d6. If you roll 10 or higher, it's a hit. If you roll 7, 8, or 9, it's a soft hit. If you roll 6 or minus, it's a failure. And there's little else that differentiates anything from anything else. The thing about Daggerheart is, in my personal opinion, if PBTA is here, okay, if PBTA is here and Pathfinder 2nd Edition here. D&D 4th Edition is here. Pathfinder 2nd Edition is here. D&D 5th Edition is here. And this is like a full-ass PBTA game. I think Daggerheart is about there. It is, in my opinion, closer to a PBTA game than it is to any of these games. And the reason is because it is fiction first. And that makes an incredibly huge impact. So my actual thing is, this is a fiction first game for people who do like mechanics, because most fiction first games don't really have any mechanics at all. And so people who like mechanics tend to feel a little left out on them. But there are people like me, people like my group, who like mechanics, but still feel very odd or weird. I mean, let's reverse it. Okay? Orc Berserker. Orc Wizard. Orc Berserker. Orc Berserker. Okay? Player Fighter. Player Cleric Templar Warrior build. PC Wizard. Orc. And I attack the wizard. Like, as the Templar Wizard, you feel like it just doesn't even feel like that's something that would ever actually happen. This feels like a game, not like the fiction, not like a quote unquote real life world thing, right? In real life, we all know that like this orc, I mean, imagine you're playing football and this is the, offensive line or the defensive line, and this is your quarterback, right? When this guy starts trying to go around the outside, your cleric's going to peel off and protect him. And this guy's going to charge forward and tie both these guys up. And then, I don't know, the wizards start dueling or something like that. It's pretty sweet. The round-based turns are great for making sure everything is fair and balanced and follows all the precise rules, but it shits on the fiction, because what's more important than the fiction is that we respect the rules of the game and that everybody gets a turn, and then when it's somebody else's turn, that other people just stand around and, like in a grid-based, turn-based movement system, which is great. That is a fun game that we all play. But if you try to really imagine what that looks like, it fails, because it doesn't make any sense, in the fiction. Derek is out here trying to seduce me. Right. Soft move, the orc is charging the wizard. Golden opportunity, the hard move, the axe to the wizard's chest. Absolutely. Vintage says, this is the big shift in thinking that is going to be a challenge for me and my players, but I'm so excited to emphasize the fiction rather than the game. And that's all I'm saying. The game is still there. It's very much there. In fact, it's way more there than in any other PBTA game I've ever seen, maybe except for Avatar. But the fiction is first. And Z, I tend to agree that it does feel a lot more, cool and alive and feral and dynamic and exciting. Correct. The mechanics are there to help you, They're there to guide you, but they do not override the fiction. The fiction comes first, you know? Andrew Downing, I know nothing about the Cosmere RPG, so I have no idea how to respond there. Would it be fair to say that Daggerheart is to PBTA what PF2 is to OSR? No? I don't think so. Yeah, just a little bit of mechanics. Just a little bit of mechanics. Oh, that's another thing. PBTA games do tend to burn out, I would say, after less than 20 sessions. But and the reason why, quite frankly, is I know that Mark Rosewater, I've said it before many times, and, you know, I'm Mark Rosewater always says, you know, don't confuse fun with interesting, okay? And what he means by that is, like, right, that something being fun is not the same thing as it being interesting, and vice versa. Okay, so this is Mark Rosewater always talks about. All right, that fun is not the same thing as interesting. Okay, and fun is sort of an emotion driven experience. Interesting is sort of more of a mental stimulation. This is an emotional stimulation. This is a mental stimulation. But what I think Mark Rosewater kind of fails to understand here is fun, right, gets people to play the game, gets people to play. Interesting keeps them around. One of the problems that I have with PBTA games, OSR games, big time, is they are so much fun. But after I've played them six or eight times, I'm no longer interested. And as a result, while I was having fun is kind of based off of novelty, right? Think about, I like roller coasters, or at least I used to. I don't know the last time I've been on a roller coaster, but I like roller coasters. You know, I remember Cedar Point is near us. It's one of the best roller coaster amusement parks in the United States of America. And I remember when they first started doing the fast passes, and this is before, like, people, like, figured them out. And, like, we were, like, some of the only people in the park with a fast pass. So we could literally get on a roller coaster as soon as we got off of it. Like, it was so they fixed it now. It was busted. It was broken back then, right? We hacked the system. And I remember, you know, going on my favorite ride. And it turns out, you know, when you ride the same roller coaster 5 or 6 or 7 times in a row, you know, it's not really fun anymore because it's not novel. It's not new. It's not exciting. Sure, it's still fun. Yeah, the Siren's Curse. It's a dive coaster that they released this year. And so it's fun. It's exciting the first time. And even roller coasters that I've been on numerous times in my life. Somebody mentioned the Gemini, which is one of my favorite roller coasters for sure. I love racing. I love the hand slaps. You know, I love I love the negative G's that you pull on the humpback on the way in or the way back out. It's like such a good thing. I love the spin. I love the race element. Gemini is a great coaster. And I've ridden that roller coaster hundreds of times probably. And if I went to Cedar Point and I rode the Gemini, I'd be like, yeah, this was fun. But if I went back and immediately rode the Gemini and then immediately rode the Gemini and then immediately rode the Gemini, I would be like, okay, I'm not enjoying this anymore. But like, did the roller coaster get less fun? No, but fun is based off of that sort of novel experience. It's based off of that sort of new experience. And I think Beowulf is right. This is why adrenaline junkies have to keep pushing the boundaries, right? You start off with bungee jumping and then it turns into parachuting, and then it turns into base jumping, and then it turns into wingsuit flying, and then it turns into wingsuit flying through a crevasse. Then it turns into wingsuit flying. I saw a Red Bull guy, wingsuit flyers who re-enter a plane that they jumped out of. So they jump out of the plane, then they fly away, and then they fly away, and then eventually you die. That's right. Because they all die, at some point. Anyways, my experience with a lot of PBTA, what was his name? Felix something. Yeah, that guy who took the hot air balloon, or not even a hot air balloon, it was like a helium balloon. Yeah, I think his name's Felix. I've seen it. Anyways, PBTA games, but OSR games too. They're really fun. But they're like riding the roller coaster fun, it's exciting. You're like, I feel like I'm going to die. This is way too intense. Oh my God. Ah! It's fun. But a lot of them, I think, aren't very interesting. And after a while, the fun wears off. I'll take another metaphor. It's like the difference, right, between dating someone who's, there's a difference between the person that you date and there's a difference between the person you marry, right? Like, if you marry the person because they're so fun, that's great for a while. But at the end of the day, if you want to make a marriage last, or a relationship last, I should say, there are other practical, considerations to make as well. Like, how compatible are you? Do you share life goals? Do you handle money the same way? Do you have the same beliefs about children and politics and religion? And how compatible are your families? And you know what I mean? There's a lot of other boring stuff, but that frequently is the sort of deciding factor of what makes a marriage. Now, granted, I think the best games are fun and interesting, right? Well, that's cool, right? But making a game that is fun and interesting can be tough. I personally think that maybe Daggerheart is a game that is fun and interesting. We will find out. I'm hoping that it is the case. And we'll go from there. But similarly, by the way, there are games. So for example, I don't think she's here, but if Alia was here, very copious strategic, very copious detailed disease tracking systems are very interesting. I don't think they're very fun. Figuring out which part of someone's leg got hit when you attacked them in a 3-part opposed roll system might be very interesting. I tend not to find it very fun. And I know what people are going to say. Oh, well, streamlined 2 or 3 paragraph disease rules are where it's at. Now we're talking. Now there are going to be people who say, well, no, but I find that stuff fun. Yes, but I don't think it's that you find it fun, right? It's that you find it stimulating. And I think there's a difference between finding something fun and finding something stimulating. There might legitimately be a person out there who is like, hot damn, look at that. I hit him in the lower shin, baby. Yeah. If that's you, maybe, I guess. But I think most people who enjoy interesting things, right, enjoy it on a stimulation level. They enjoy it on a mental level, right? They enjoy the process. It's different than fun, Daniel, that's okay. I appreciate having you here. Time to do taxes. Hell yeah. Fun. Yeah. So, the classic example of this is Traveler Space Mortgages, right? There is nobody that could tell me that Traveler Space Mortgages are fun. They're not. But there are many people, perhaps even me, who would find that interesting and a certain level of stimulating even mentally as I try to figure out what what trade route our ship needs to take in order to make enough money to pay our mortgage next month. You know, now some people are, you know, some people are not into that. Now, would I say that that's fun? No, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. You know, that doesn't mean that I don't find it stimulating, you know? And so same thing with these games. And again, I like OSR and I like PBTA, but you know, a lot of people, I actually put these games, it's funny, a lot of people put these games on opposite sides of the spectrum. But I actually think that PBTA and OSR are actually closer than people think, because PBTA and OSR, okay, see, PBTA uses the term fiction first. That's their go-to term, right? What term does the OSR use? You know it. Put it in chat. You know what term OSR uses. PBTA uses the term fiction first, or they'll use the term respect the narrative, right? That's the other one they use. And King Hodop got it right. Rulings over rules, right? Rulings over rules. Rulings over rules is just fiction first gaming. It's literally the same thing. So PBTA and OSR, I think, are actually, I think they're actually adjacent. In that they are fiction first gaming, that the mechanics of the game, the rules of the game are not number one priority, right? Respecting the fiction, respecting the setting, respecting the way that the game is unfolding are more important than the rules or the mechanics. So that is, I think, where I think there is a strong here of overlap. Take care, Slate. Well, yes, but I think King Hodop, I think that's where simulationism and narrativism overlap. Simulationism and narrativism overlap in fiction first, right? Because by definition, they are the opposite of gamist concepts, right? If we're going to start getting fucking deep into the dumpster fire, right? I mean, if we have G and N and S, right, then the dividing line between these two is that gamist stuff is over here, right? Now, Boyko, I do agree with you to a certain extent, where I do think that the rules, the mechanics of Apocalypse World and PBTA games are designed to function within a fiction first framework. And so you don't literally need to throw out the rules, because the rules are designed to support that, And I think that's really interesting. Derek says, the difference between them is that an OSR game uses real life as a filter for interpreting rulings, where PBTA and Favors in the Dark use genre conventions as the filter. And I think that is actually fairly true. I do think that is true. Well, and this also, Derek, is where we sort of get into that concept, right, of emulation, right, rather than simulation, right? I think that a lot of quote-unquote PBTA games aren't actually narrativist. They're emulationist. It's not that they are trying to force you to tell a story. They are, or like a specific story. They are, however, creating a certain vibe or genre or style. And I think that's where I talk about the emulationism over simulationism. And I think that's why I call emulationism the bridge between simulation and narrativism, right? So, it's past 9 o'clock here, so we're going to be getting into the crazy deep cut takes here of just nonsense here. Right. Emulation is a question of what should happen here according to the genre as well as elements of the logic, right? Correct. Chris clearly knows their stuff about PBTA games because you are correct. PBTA games that are very specific about being genre based, and if we look at games that aren't even technically PBTA, like Fabula Ultima. Fabula Ultima is very genre based, and the rules and the structures of the game are designed to support that. And obviously, like anything, there's a spectrum, right? There's a gradient. You might have some games that are more about respecting quote unquote real life and physics, and you might have some games that are more about respecting the genre and the sort of story and the fiction. But I think that that blend between it is what I call emulationism, and so I kind of tend to sort of think about it from that perspective. Simulationism and narrativism overlap in fiction first. Best take ever. This explains why I love Narsim games so much. Yes. It does. That actually is true. Yeah, I was going to say OSR is fiction first. Yeah, no, OSR, I think OSR is fiction first. I think that's what it means. It means that I don't care what the rules say. I'm going to make a ruling. Yes, the rules say that, Fireball doesn't, the rules don't say anything about Fireball lighting things on fire, or the rules don't say anything about Fireball being able to burn up all the leaves in a tree. But that makes sense that that's what would happen, so we're going to go with that, Hey, Edward, what's up?
Edward tipped $10. Okay, here's more because I do love these tangents.
Oh, you're tipping for the tangents. Well, that's dangerous, son. Edward, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, when we bust out the whiteboard and GNS, that's a whole new level here. I forgot about the Wheel of Tangents. NES, yeah, that's true. Let's see here. Boyko said something. Blades in the Dark is better at being what OSR claims to be than any ISR game. Well, I think you mean any OSR game. The problem with Blades in the Dark is, I think Blades in the Dark, right, leans heavily enough towards the N in its attempt to emulate that type of heist that it gets far enough away from the S that you lose the S. And there is value to the S, which is that people can apply problem solving and puzzles. See, what the truth of the matter is, in my personal opinion, what connects G and S gamers is that they like puzzles. And I don't mean like, the GM throws a Sudoku down and you need to solve it. But, ultimately what people like about these type of games is problem solving, right? They like solving the puzzle, and they either like solving it with the mechanics, with the rules as presented, or using outside the box, thinking combat as war, right? Sort of paradigm shifting, outside the box thinking. But either way, you're trying to solve a solution. You're trying to solve a problem. You're trying to win. And I think that's what really ultimately ties G and S gamers together, is they want to win. They want to win the game. Whatever that means, that's what they mean. They want to win. And they want to win the game by beating the combat or beating the situation. And they do that by applying either the rules of the game, right, or the rules of the world. Either way, they're applying rules, and then they are expecting things to function in accordance with those rules. So the rules of the game say that when I use this power, the monster will move 3 squares to this square. And I want to beat the game, and I want to solve this puzzle, and so I'm expecting that the monster will behave according to those rules. I know how fire works. Fire is very good at burning wood, so when I use this fire spell on wood, I expect it to behave a certain way.
$5. Oh
right?
My god. I literally saw a GM throw down a custom asymmetrical Sudoku. The players sat and solved it in about 5 minutes in silence. I was floored.
That sounds kind of awesome, Cal, because I like Sudoku. It's actually one of the puzzles I like the most. I like crosswords. I hate word jumbles. Word searches. I hate those. I'm terrible at those. I like Sudokus, and I like crossword puzzles. Those are my favorites. So I don't like Boggle. Any sort of like find the word type thing, I don't like that. So whether it's a jumble, a scramble, Boggle, I don't like any of those. I don't like. I'm like almost dyslexic about with like finding words that are like mixed up. All right, sorry. So there's a lot of chants coming here. Where people talk about the. So, anyways, that's what I was talking about here. King Owen Up says, bring it back. Some rules say that the fireball don't start the fire. And to be clear, Oswald, like if we're talking about Pathfinder 2, which says that fireball doesn't start a fire, what you are doing then is you are creating a clear gap between the gamist and the simulationist experts. You're telling the player what holds dominion in my game are the rules of the game, not the rules of fire. And so that is saying that puzzles in my game can only be solved through the application of the rules, not the application of tools or principles or ideas. And that's fine. It's just that some people don't like that. People call it gamey. People call it board gamey. And, rightfully so, because that's the way board games function. When you play a board game, you don't get to just like make up what something does. No, the card tells you what it does, or the piece tells you what it does, or whatever, and then you go from that. King Hoadop apparently loves some Sudoku. Level 2 Janitor says, Derek has me figured out. This is what I like about OSR stuff. Yeah, and I think that that's totally fine. I think that's totally reasonable. In fact, I like that stuff too. Again, my problem with OSR stuff is I tend to find that it becomes kind of boring because I enjoy other aspects of the game and it's not as interesting to me. Narrativists want to win the story. Well, I know you're put a smiley face there, but that to me, that's sort of one of the key takeaways from a narrativist. I don't care if my character loses in a narrativist. My goal isn't to win. My goal is to create a good story. So that's the kind of difference. What ties G and N gamers together? That's a great question. G and S gamers, what is that? You don't know what gamer is. So, yeah. So what I'm talking about with G and S is gamist. Sorry about this. Simulation. I'll put the other one. Narrativist. And simulationist. This is an old theory that was created in the late 90s that has mostly been abandoned, and I use it in a slightly different way than they used back in the early 2000s. But it basically, to me, is sort of saying, like, what type of mechanic or what type of element of the game motivates you to play it? Is it this idea of, do you want to interact with the rules, the world, or the story? That's kind of the way I look at it, sort of. Yes. Sorry, Chris actually quoting what I said. Yes, Vincent Baker thinks GNS is outdated. And to be fair, my version of GNS, I've sort of reclaimed it because they discarded it and no longer used it. And my version of how I think about GNS is different from the way that Vincent Baker, et cetera, all used it. So to be very clear, it's fine there. Yes, and Dragons. This is just an excuse to give money to the channel as I absorb your wisdom. Dovi anda se tovaya sagan. Yes. It's time to roll the dice. Yes, it is. Good quote. I did not catch the Wheel of Time show. I watched the first season and thought it was really terrible. But I heard season 2 was good. And I heard season 3 was actually legitimately good. And I didn't watch it. But I did see the clip. And then, of course, it got canceled, which is why I don't watch TV shows anymore, because when they are good, they end up getting canceled, and that's just tilting. But I did see the clip where Matt fights the Andorran princes, where he fights, Gawain and Galad or whatever. And that was a pretty sweet scene. And he does say there, Dovianda Sai Tova Sakain. And that was pretty sweet. Why do you think some players are so scared of the concept of spells on cards? Bennett, if I only knew. If I had to think, why are some players? Okay. I'll tell you why. I gotta get Mountain Dew number 2. Clear Mountain Dew, right? My invisible Mountain Dew. Thank you, by the way, everybody, for the tips and the super chats. This is good stuff. I appreciate it. My short answer, Bennett, is when people see cards, they think of board games. Okay? When they think of board games, they think of playing games that are essentially 100% gamist. And they either fear that the game will only be gamist, or they fear that the GM will sort of run the game in a way in which the rules and the mechanics are paramount. And so I think that there's a assumption, and I think this is fairly true, to a certain extent, that what makes an RPG different from a board game is that you have a GM who applies a certain modicum of arbitration to the game rules in a way that you don't do in a board game. And, this is bringing in elements of narrativism and simulationism into the game. And I think people fear that with cards that it is going to essentially be a board game. Even though there's no real reason to think that. I think it's just people's gut instinct, You could definitely win and lose at TTRPGs. That is for sure. Okay, so Level 2 Janitor is definitely doing some good takes today. I know I'm behind on chat. I apologize. Because I agree with Level 2 Janitor. I do often. Which is, I played a lot of OSR games. When OSR became a thing, number one, I grew up playing, basic D&D. But then when OSR came out, I was all into Labyrinth Lord, and I pulled out my BX box set. And the thing is everybody thinks they're really clever, and then they just keep spamming the same things over and over again. And at a certain point, it becomes very boring, and it becomes very repetitive, And it's one of those things where it's like, like the meme where it's like, what's the say? Like, tell me you've never played an OSR game without telling me that you've never played an OSR game. And then there's like a quote, like if I was making the meme, it was like, there'd be like a player being like, oh, and then we did this really cool thing and we totally beat all the orcs. And it's like, tell me you've never played an OSR game. Tell me it's your first time playing an OSR game without telling me it's your first time playing an OSR game. Because like a lot of times people's visceral reaction to OSR games is only because they have been playing in a hyper gamist, and I don't even want to use the term narrativist because it is not really appropriate to call it narrativist because it's really just GM railroad. They have only been playing in a very deterministic, very straight, rigid, rules-based game their whole life, and then they play their first, game of insert, old school game here, and they're like, oh my God, the freedom. I can do anything, and it feels so amazing. And they have this, incredible reaction. It's like a rebound. Okay? I mean, I've had my fair share of girlfriends over the years, and you date somebody for a long time, and then maybe the relationship ends, maybe you break it up with them or they break it off with you or whatever, and then you meet somebody new, and there's a tendency which is very well documented, for you to really, really, and they're different. They're different than your last partner. And there's a tendency for you to sort of overlook some of their flaws and sort of to hyperfixate on their good qualities because it just feels so novel and new. And, you know, eventually you realize, well, maybe it's not actually so good as I thought it was going to be there. I need to develop a KLC reference document for new subscribers and acolytes. Actually, we just created some new tech for GNS the other day. Button go burr. That's true. People have a lot of baggage. That is true, Darren. Woodland Fellowship. That's actually another good. That's actually another good reason. Some people are obsessed, like, because whether your game is gamist or narrativist or simulationist, it is still a game. And for some people, they don't like to be reminded of that. So yeah, that could be a good. That's an interesting take on it as well. Dr. Stevel, we won't play PF2 without him. In fact, if you go back and watch Rise of the Rune Lords and we watch him in person, you've got Tim and he's got all of his spells, his cantrips, his focus spells. He's got them all in his cards. You know, the character sheet is totally, exactly. It's totally just a big card that you can write on, you know? I agree. Switchback channel. I don't know. I like board games. In fact, I like board games a lot. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if because it's dark out there. I don't know if you guys will be able to see. Where was it? Was it here? What's up? Okay, you see all those white shelves out there? Those are all filled with board games. Those shelves are bigger than the shelf that holds all my RPGs. So I have another complete thing full of RPGs, full of board games. You know. Oh, 200 hours, my God. That's an interesting point, Bub. You know, there's a lot of different reasons and ways that people play these games. You know. 'Right, Beowulf. Absolutely agreed. You know, the first time you get narrative control, it's intoxicating and sometimes, you know, scary for some people. You know, thrilling. You know. So, Axis and Allies or Ticket to Ride? Axis and Allies. I own Ticket to Ride because, you know, it's one of those board games that people should own, but I'm not a fan of Ticket to Ride. That being said, I don't really play Axis and Allies anymore either. So I haven't played a game of Axis and Allies in a very long time. But when I was in high school, there was one summer, it might have been the summer between junior year and senior year. Yeah, that sounds right. I played Axis and Allies every single day. I'm not even kidding. I played a complete game of Axis and Allies with my buddy Justin, and we played, maybe we missed a couple days throughout the whole, but I mean, we probably played 100 games of Axis and Allies in just one summer. He'd come over in the morning, I'd have the games, like we could set up the board without the sheets, you know, because we knew where every single piece was. And in fact, by the time we got towards the end of the summer, we would set up situations like where it's like a turn 2 and we assumed something happened on turn 1 just because we wanted to play out that scenario. Like, you know, if Germany did an Operation Sea Lion and successfully invaded England, you know, could the Allies still win? You know, if you did a heavy, you know, kill Japan first push in the Pacific, what would happen in the Navy? Like if Pearl Harbor went against the Japanese, if the Japanese lose at Pearl Harbor, can the Japanese Army win if they don't defeat the Navy off the rip? And so we'd try all these different things. Anyways, sorry, the whole other thing. Being paranoid about losing cards is a good point. And Keithor, I hope that they sell the card as a separate pack. I really do. And they should do that. Because this is where I'm very pro card. What I'm envisioning, if I created this game, what I would do is I would try to put every single bit of rules text that isn't like the actual how to play the game on a card. And the reason why is because that way, once a year, maybe, you could release an errata pack of cards. You don't have to give everybody an entirely new set of cards, but you could sell everybody a $10 or $15 pack of cards that have updated versions of cards that were problematic or undertuned or overtuned or had really bad spelling. And take it or leave it. You could use your original card if you like that better, or you could use the new card, whatever you want to do. You could mix and match. But then instead of having to buy a whole new book or a whole new reprinting of cards and rules and text and art that you don't need, okay, you could just buy the update pack. And then, say, in 2 years, they release a new update pack. And that, to me, is awesome. Because then my book is still valuable. But I can get these updates in the form of these cards. And I think that is, I think that's really cool. So that's what I would do. That's interesting that, Level 2 Janitor froze up. I froze up like a deer in a headlight the first time I was in a 13th age montage. That's funny. I wouldn't think that would be you, but that's an interesting take. Hey, look, I have nothing but love for Alan, okay? He bought me and everybody else dinner at a nice restaurant, and he's A-okay in my book. We sat down, we talked about his game. He asked me what I thought about it. He was listening and taking notes. He's a passionate creator, and I will definitely give him that. Talisman every day. I don't know if I could do it. You have a passion for that game that I don't. GM Scott, that's right. It's one of the best, worst games. That's a great way to say it. Well, Travis, we'll always be there when you're ready to return. I mean, like I said, as someone who recently lost my own job, I get it. Well, to be fair, you could still have the cards, Beowulf, available online and just print them out. You don't have to buy them. They could be on a PDF. Yes, Boyko. I think that they should have done that. Yes, Boyko. I'm actually kind of annoyed that they didn't put the hope and the class features on cards. Boyko, I actually am. Now, what they did do, Boyko, is put them on the specific character sheets. So they can't update the character sheet because the only two things that I think are on the character sheet specific to the class are basically the hope feature and the class feature. So they kind of did that way, You're just that paranoid. I love it. Level 2 Janitor, that is true. That is true. But again, you can print them out if someone really wants, two people really want Reckless Attack, you can always just print out another copy, Or in the case of my group, right? Everybody got their own copy of the game. No, it's definitely not Warhammer Fantasy 3rd Edition. I own Warhammer Fantasy 3rd Edition. You turn that thing over, it is like a literal board game with all the bits and pieces that fall out of there and the little cardboard hourglass timing trackers and, the green dice and the red dice and the yellow dice and the white dice and the black dice and the purple dice. I think that's all the dice. Yeah, I mean, I you know me, King. I mean, I'm doing my own thing. Gamma World 4th Edition, aka Gamma World 7th Edition, was awesome, and I actually love that box, even though it did have a lot of grubbins, but it was a cool grubbins. But I mean, the other thing too is, yeah, I mean, there's certain to be said, like the game kind of implicitly, or I think explicitly, rather, says, you know, maybe you shouldn't take the same ability as somebody else, you know, like spread the love around, you know? So here is my take on it, Andrew. I love it. And well, let me preface this by saying I have not played Genesis. I have played Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition, which I understand was sort of the alpha version of that system. And I have played Legend of the Five Rings, which is another Fantasy Flight game that uses proprietary dice that are, it's like Genesis Light, right? There's only 2 different types of dice, D12s and D6s, ring dice and skill dice. Take care, Phil. My thing is, I love it. I love it. I think it's a cool system. I think it's great. I think the process of building the dice pool is very fun. I think the process of interpreting the dice pool is very fun. And converting that mechanic into fiction is a really cool element. However, it only works if you're making dice rolls very infrequently. And once you, in Warhammer Fantasy 3rd Edition and in Legend of the Five Rings, once you get into sort of a traditional combat conflict system where it's like your attack roll is this dice pool, and the next person's attack roll is this dice pool, and the next person's attack roll is this dice pool, I find I think it just implodes. You know, I think it just implodes. It's really cool when you're making these like, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 dice rolls, you know, an hour or something, you know what I mean? Or like something like that. Like it should be a big moment because a lot of work goes into building the pool and a lot of work goes into sort of decoding it and interpreting it. Damien, the idea is the same though, right? Am I crazy to think that the idea, yes, I get the specific mechanics are not the same. I get that you don't have probably like the aggressive stance and the passive stance or whatever like that. It's just, you know. But I just find that those kind of complicated dice systems, even if they are streamlined, break down when you start making a lot of dice rolls. You know, that's full stop. that's the answer. You know, I certainly encountered that when I played Legend of the Five Rings, and Legend of the Five Rings only uses 2 dice. It has a D12 and a D6. That's it. And there's only 4 symbols. Well, maybe we got to do a Genesis first look because, you know. But Diomedes says combat doesn't work in Genesis. So who's right here? You know, is Damien right? I mean, Damien did pay me $2, so I'm inclined to agree with Damien. But Bennett played first session Daggerheart this weekend, playing a pirate. Asked my GM about a group of pirates and if I knew them, and he said yes. What's their name? Oh, that's awesome. So Bennett, I would have gone one better. I would have said, you're playing a pirate, you know a group of pirates, if I knew them, and he said, yes, what's their name? And then and you say, what's their name? You know, and he goes, and you know, this is a great opportunity for world building. And it's like, and you know, what are they famous for? Or, you know, like, or what are they renowned for? Or what great, you know, treasure are they rumored to have stolen? And do they hate you or do they love you? You know what I mean? Like you could take that and you could go way beyond just giving them a name. You know, you can really give your players a lot of narrative leeway, and I think that's a lot of fun. Now, again, that makes the game world feel less real, which bothers people who enjoy simulationism, because part of the rules of the real world is you don't get to make that shit up. But for people who appreciate the sort of narrativist side and even certain elements of the gamist side, that could be a really fun experience. Uh-oh, we got a Genesis fight starting in the chat here. Yeah, or why are they hunting you? Right, if you really want to spin it, you know. Names are the only thing I regularly let players add to the world building. What's this guy's name? Hell if I know, you tell me. Oh, I let my players fucking have pretty much carte blanche to create anything. I'll be like, hey, that sounds awesome. That's way better. That's a way cooler idea than I ever did. One of my favorite instances, this was like 2 years ago, we were playing Origin. I've told this story before, so I apologize, but we were playing, I was running Avatar Legends for a group of players at Origins. These were patrons, including Steven Glicker from Roll for Combat. And for a lot of players, it was their first time ever playing PBTA, period. And we had a bigger group than I would have ever run. It was like 7 players, which is way bigger than I would ever run, but I didn't want to, not have anybody come in and have to sit out. They were patrons, we were having fun. And we had this great story. And this one character was sort of like a shifty rogue, kind of a scoundrelly kind of character, young character, like 17 or something like that, 18. And was kind of a shifty character. And he was being chased by a Fire Nation patrol through the streets of this town that was being controlled by the Fire Nation. And he was trying to get away from them. And he rolled a 7, 8, or 9 on his roll, which, he succeeds, but there's a complication. So he succeeded. He got away from. So that's the rules mechanic, right? He succeeded. He got away from the Fire Nation patrol, but there's a complication. So I describe. He rolls a 7, 8, or 9. I'm like, all right, you turn down one alley, and you can hear the Fire Nation patrol is about to round the corner. And as you turn around the alley, you skid to a stop on your heels. It's a dead end. It's just a straight, thing that ends in a overbuilt wall with a bunch of garbage heaps. There's a couple of, closed doors, and you can hear the Fire Nation patrol, coming around the corner, when suddenly the door next to you opens up and a hand emerges from the blackness and grabs you and pulls you off the street and closes the door. And the kind of camera hangs there for a moment, and the Fire Nation patrol kind of stops, looks down the dead end, and then says, he couldn't have gone far, and they keep going on. And I cut the scene there, and we moved to a different character. And everybody was kind of like, oh shit, what just happened? What's Derek planning? And the truth is, I didn't have anything planned. I had no idea who that person was or what they were doing. I had no idea. And I maybe had some vague idea. To be clear, I don't even really remember what my idea was. But then the player who had gotten grabbed was like, oh, it'd be funny if it was like my dad. And I was like, yes, it's totally your dad. And he was like, really? I go, yeah, that's way better. Here's the thing. Even today, I don't remember what my idea was, because my idea, if I did even have one, was not as good as this person's idea. And I was like, yes, it was his dad. And he was like, and we made up this whole story about how, his dad was also like part of the Rebel Alliance, and he told his son not to get involved. And he's like, what are you doing here? I told you to stay home and stay out of this. And he's like, Dad, I got to make a difference. I can't just stay out of it. And he's like, I want to be like you. And he's like, I wanted you to be better. And he's like, Dad, you have to understand, I'm not a kid anymore. Okay. I got to take responsibility. And it was like this great dynamic between the father and the son. And then we even had this arc of resolution throughout the course of the session, where the rogue, by the end, there was a cool moment where the son had to go do something dangerous, and the father basically sort of volunteered his son to take the mission. And they were and he was and then the player was like, are you sure, Dad? And he goes, yes, I wouldn't trust anybody else. And it was this, because he's not quite a suicide mission, right? But it was showing that the dad had come to, respect his son, not just as his son, but as an adult, as a man, as a fellow member of this Rebel Alliance or whatever like that against the Fire Nation occupation. And it was this really cool this whole really dramatic narrative arc. And it all came because the player, the PC, was just like, oh, what if it's my dad? And I was like, yes, it was totally your dad. And, you know, GM Scott in chat here was at that game session. And, you know, people were like, oh, this is awesome. That's amazing, you know?
Sebastian tipped $3 plus 1 for Genesis First Look. The first RPG I ran. I hate it now.
Sebastian, that's not exactly a thrilling. We're getting some really interesting takes here on Genesis. You're like, $3, please, yes, First Look on Genesis. It was the first RPG I ran. I hate it now. Thank you, Sebastian. That's hilarious. Yeah, that was a really cool moment. But again, it just shows you the kind of fun elements you can get into when you just sort of like, you know, open up the floodgates and let people in. I don't know if this was a double tip. Maybe it was. I'm sorry, Sebastian.
Tipped $3 plus 1 for Genesis First Look. The first RPG I ran. I hate it now.
He really wanted me to make sure that I knew that he hates it now. Well, Sebastian, if that was a double tip, I apologize, but I also really appreciate it. I'm very, very thankful for you. Thank you so much. We'll probably do one. People, look, I thought Warhammer 3rd Edition was cumbersome and clunky, but I thought it was cool, and I'm not an anti-proprietary dice hater. In fact, I like proprietary dice. Okay. Oh, Realms of Terranoth. That's a deep cut. For those of you who don't know, Terranoth is sort of Fantasy Flight Games' generic fantasy world that they use for like Descent and stuff like that. You may have double tipped. All right. Well, Sebastian, I appreciate it anyways. Oh yeah, we're still going, Dr. Waits. You know, people are hanging out. We're tipping, you know, we're hanging out. We're having fun. We're talking about things. Oh, I didn't tell you that the tech that we uncovered on the page. This is why you got to be, if you're not a member of the Patreon, there it was. Get ready for the second message. I like that we talked about this before. So the realization that this is why the Patreon is so important, because you get access to these incredible conversations. The realization that we may have had. Now I have to spend some more time with this. I don't know if it's fully accurate yet, but what we think we may have uncovered is that there is a correlation between gamist, a narrativist, a simulationist, also known as GNS, and the Magic the Gathering player psychographic profiles, which, of course, is Spike, Johnny, and Timmy. Now, if you're not familiar with the Magic the Gathering player psychographic profiles, you should know that this is basically the way that the folks at Magic the Gathering R&D, arguably the most, even if you don't like Magic the Gathering, it's probably, you know, one of, if not, you know, one of the greatest games of all time, if not the greatest game of all time, especially if you consider it in the modern context. People are like, oh, chess is a better game, or poker is a better game. Okay, games that were developed in the last 100 years. So, for those of you who don't know, Magic the Gathering uses these 3 player profiles when they are sort of determining what a card, who is a card for, right? So, player psychographic profiles basically ask the question, like, why do people enjoy playing Magic the Gathering? And they want to make sure that they include, now, you know, people are spectrums, you know, very few people are a monolith and are just, you know, one thing only. But the idea here is that you sort of want to create opportunities for all of these players to enjoy cards or individual cards. Okay. Obviously a design check boxes all three, right, is sort of the best design. But people come and enjoy Magic the Gathering for different reasons. And Spikes play Magic because they want to prove something. Spikes are the people who play Magic the Gathering because they want essentially to win, right? They are playing the game as a means to prove something. They want to prove how smart they are. They want to prove how clever they are. They want to prove how dedicated they are. They want to prove how knowledgeable they are. They want to right. So they're using the game as a means to prove something to themselves, to other people, right? And so Spikes tend to care very little about, you know, the flavor of a card or the theme of a card or they just want to win. They just want a card that does what it's supposed to do and is effective. Timmies play cards because they want to experience.
I am strong.
Something. Brett, welcome. Thank you so much for joining the adventure. Awesome. That's amazing. Thank you, Brett. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Brett, for joining the adventure. Brett is now a member of the stream. Thank you. Welcome to the emojis and, of course, your new cool little badge. King Hodop, is there anything new we're going to cover in this stream? I should go hang out with my family. King Hodop, I don't know. It depends what people ask me. If people ask me a different question, I will probably talk about something new. I mean, you know, if you want to go hang out with your family, I don't think that's a terrible idea. You can always check it out on the VOD too. I don't know, King. I don't have a plan. I'm winging. This is a low prep, no prep, you know, type of game or stream. King Hodop, I'm literally streaming from my bedroom. See you, King Hodop. Hey, the self-confessed cynic is here as well. Yeah, exactly. We hold on gently here. That's a good way to say it. So Timmies play games to experience something. They want to feel something, right? They want to, they don't really care if they prove something. They don't really care. They just want to have a response, you know? And then Johnnies play Magic to express something. For Johnnies, the game is a way to be creative. It is a way to, you know, the game is a medium by which they can paint and show people things about themselves or about their appreciation for something. They use the game as simply a way to, you know, it's almost like it's like their canvas. Right? The game is a way for them to express something creative, to express a love of something, you know, or you know, in that respect. So, Johnnies want, you know, Johnnies are typically called the combo player, but Johnnies are a complicated bunch. You know, Johnny is the character who makes a deck, right, where every piece of art has a monkey on it, right? Right, like because they're like this is my don't monkey around deck, you know, and you're like, even if the cards aren't all, they're like, well, are all the cards monkeys? You're like, no, but every card has at least a monkey on the art, and you're like, okay, and you're like, why'd you do that? And they're like, because I wanted to see if I could. I wanted to have the fun of building this deck. Another person might be like, I made a deck and it's only cards with the same artist, right? I wanted to see, you know, I wanted to build a deck because I love this art and I love this artist, and Magic is a way for me to sort of express that, you know? And so, yeah, that's a Johnny. So I think maybe there is a connection between these player psychographic profiles and the type of RPGs that we usually associate with these concepts of the sort of the KOLC version of gamist, narrativist, and simulationist. But that is what that is. Now, again, there's some elements of this that may not work out. This is just a brand new theory that we kind of thought about the other day. But, oh, you can't stay for long? Well, that's all right. Self-confessed cynic is a spiked Timmy for life. Beowulf says, Timmy plus Johnny, match made in heaven. Bub says, I'm a Timmy. I want to play on a table with my friends where all decks are level. Magic is as important as the beer. You know what? And that's Timmy to the social gamer is definitely Timmy. You know, I'm here for the vibes and the feels. You know what I mean? But you know, like I said, not everything's good, right? A griefer, somebody who plays a game because they want to make somebody else feel terrible and enjoy the Schadenfreude. That's a Timmy too, right? Like it's not always positive. It could be negative. Our boy Tim is a Johnny Spike. I want to express something, but it is express it in a way that it is, you know, still good, right? I don't want to just make a meme deck. I want to make a meme deck that also beats you, right? But I could make a better deck if I just didn't care about the meme, but it's not enough for me just to beat you. I need to play a meme deck as well. I have no idea what Wild Frost is. If it's a video game, yeah, it must be a video game. Bub says, I sold 90% of my cards because everyone around me is a spike and they killed my passion for the game. Can't handle the frustrations of playing another blue-red-black deck with counters and combos. 4EGM guy did have player profiles. I think it was actually DMG 2. Sergio. Let's see. It's like Explorer something. It's it's definitely DMG2. I know that much. Where is our PDF? Maybe it was. I thought it was DMG2. Maybe it was DMG1. Oh, maybe it is DMG1. Now I'm like, where the hell was this? Huh. I know that's in Dungeon. I know that's in these books. I just don't know where it is. Huh. This book is so good, though. DMG page 8. Oh, okay. It's much earlier in the set. Oh, it's in the how to be a GM section. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, it is in DMG. Wow, okay. Yeah, so we have the actor. So this is what motivates your player. The actor, the explorer. Let me zoom in here so we can actually read this stuff. So we have the actor. The actor likes to pretend to be her character. She emphasizes character development that has nothing to do with numbers and powers, trying to make her character seem to be a real person in the fantasy world. She enjoys interacting with the rest of the group, with characters and the monsters in the game world, and with the fantasy world in general by speaking in character and describing her actions in first person. This actor values narrative game elements over mechanical ones. Unlike the storyteller, she values her character's personality and motivations over other story elements. The explorer likes to see new places in fantasy world and meet residents. All they need is a promising of an interesting locale or adventure or culture and goes off to see that place. They want to find out what the game world has to offer. They press for details. They want to know about the names of places, characters and places, descriptions of the environment. They are sometimes interested in the adventure and plot and its character motivations, sometimes. But the wonder of a new discovery is what keeps the character explorer happy. The instigator likes to make things happen. They have no patience for planning or deliberation. They'll open an obviously trapped chest just because they want to see what will happen. They provoke authority figures and open dungeon doors to bring more monsters into a fight just because. They love the thrill of taking enormous risks and making bad choices, but they can be disruptive. The power gamer. A power gamer thrives on gaining levels and loves the cool abilities that come with those levels. They defeat monsters to take their stuff and use that stuff against future enemies. The story and role-playing are secondary to action and awesome abilities and magic items. Most players have a little power gamer in them. A couple of the core elements of fun in the D&D game are the accumulation of power and the use of that power to accomplish astonishing deeds. Nothing is wrong with enjoying that in the game. The Slayer is like the power gamer, but even easier to prease. They just like beating monsters. They like it because they want to let off a little steam, or they like feeling superior. Perhaps it's perhaps it's the enjoyment of having power to met out punishment against villains. D&D combat is thrilling. Few other aspects of the game put you in such apparent jeopardy. Beating the bad guys is clearly a success. The storyteller is a player who prefers the narrative of the game to individual character motivations and personality. This is where Derek enters the equation. This is why I'm different than an actor, because I prefer the narrative of the game over individual character motivations and personalities. This player sees the game as an ongoing chronicle of events in a fantasy world, and they want to see where the tale goes. For the storyteller, the rules are there to support the game's ongoing story. He believes that when the rules get in the way, the narrative should win. Compromise for the sake of the story is more important than individual character motivations. So this is big time me. The thinker likes making careful choices, reflecting on challenges and overcoming them. They enjoy planning and solving problems. Solving a challenge in a creative way is more important to the thinker than character power or role-playing issues. In fact, the thinker might prefer sound tactics over acting in character or straightforward brute force battle. This is the combat as war simulationist character type person. The Watcher is a casual player who just came to the game because they want to be part of the event. Well, Arcadia, anything that just means that, you fuck with most elements of the game, which is good because it means kind of you're good to kind of enjoy all of it, right? You can eat the whole buffalo,
Edward tipped $10. Derek cracks open a 4E book. Here's more money. I wish 4E could get a second edition so bad. What good advice?
I mean, it's probably, it's the best DMG that it's ever been created, Edward. It's so good. I mean, just even just like the way that this game is the thing. It's like, okay, information about the players. Then it's like, hey, how to prepare. What are the modes of game? What about props? How do you use props in a D&D game? There's a whole section on how to dispense information, coming up with stuff, ending a session, how to teach the game. Then information about combat encounters, including actions the rules don't cover, and building encounters and using monster rolls, and how to create campaigns. Not like how to create your own fucking pantheon, but how do you actually create a campaign that people are going to want to play? Stuff that people don't, I mean, like just this section here I'm preparing is just like crazy. Like, what should you do if you only have 1 hour to prepare? What should you do if you have 2 hours to prepare? What should you do if you have 3 hours to prepare? What should you have if you do 4 hours to prepare or have no time to prepare? Like, how should you apply your time? Where should you spend your limited efforts? And then, like I said, they came out with a Dungeon Master Guide too, that included things about, building structure into your adventures so that you have dramatic elements and problem-solving components, how to create, player agency through creating branches in your storytelling and avoiding dead ends, creating encounters as sort of nexus points within your stories, how to develop interesting and compelling casts of characters. I mean, it's just crazy. Thinker, power gamer, actor. See, Vin is all over the map. You're like, Vin's like, okay, I want to be able to beat the challenges by just thinking and problem solving outside of the system. But I also want to be able to beat the system by power gaming the system and beating it to death with raw mechanics. But also, I want to talk in character and have little role-playing vignettes and pretend to be my character. It's like, what? How is it that you're all three of those? It doesn't even make sense. Yes, at least diabetes is like, what a weird combo. For those of you at home, I am, let's see, I'll just do, this won't add to 100%. So it's more of like each one of these is being scored independently. I am let's see here, an actor, PC background, emphasize personality, plays according to character motivations, prefers scenes where I can prepare a character, also prefers. I'm not a 0 out of 10 actor. I am like a 2 out of 10 actor, like probably lower than that. Maybe a 1, maybe like a 2 or 2. I'll say I'm a 2. I'm a 2. Explorer. They love to go places, see things in the game. They seek new experience. They like locating hidden facts and locating lost items and things. I enjoy atmosphere. I advance the plot by being willing to move ever on. I am pretty high explorer. I like exploring the game worlds. I like sandbox campaigns. When I used to play MMOs, okay, when I played EverQuest, when I played World of Warcraft, and this is before wikis and everything was just available on the internet, I would frequently play the game and I wouldn't even fight monsters or go on quests. I just liked exploring the world and finding new locations and going over that hill, I thought that was a lot of fun for me to see if I could, oh, wait, where's this mountain path take? And I would even go into zones that were quote unquote too high level for me because I wanted to see, what was there. Part of my disinterest with modern day gaming is that all this information now is just out there. It's just available. And I mean, yeah, you could not look it up, but like, I know that it is there, Hey, thank you, Vintage. I appreciate it. Well, I'm going to be happy to send this out to you, buddy. That's a nice little tit for tat, little quid pro quo. Thank you, Vintage Deep. So I would say I'm like an 8 out of 10 explorer. So I'm like a 1 or 2 out of 10 on actor. I'm like an 8 out of 10 explorer. Erica, this is the 4th edition Dungeon Master's Guide. And it's talking about like what motivates players to play your game. Instigator. I am not an instigator. I mean, I will drive it like I stole it, so I'm not like completely like, I'm not afraid to take risks. but I don't like doing things just to make things happen, and I don't like making stupid choices just to, you know, takes crazy risks, makes deliberately bad choices. I don't. That's not me. I'm like a 0 or a 1 on Instigator. Power gamer. Yeah, I'm more of a power gamer than a slayer. I don't really enjoy combat that much, if I'm being honest. I would say I am a 6 out of 10 power gamer. I do enjoy, I do enjoy mechanical elements to my game, but I enjoy using them and building them in a way that, like, not planning them out, but like as they come together, and choosing mechanics that I think reflect the game's elements and are going to be a fun play pattern for me, rather than necessarily being broken. Like, I will always choose, almost always choose a new option over a bigger bonus, right? Like, I'll always try to expand my character horizontally rather than vertically, like almost every time. So I would say I'm like a 6 out of 10 on power gamer, but I also don't really prefer combat or combat performance. I mean, that stuff's important to me, but yeah, maybe I'm less of a power gamer than I thought. All right, I'll say I'm a 5 power gamer. I'm definitely not a slayer. Like, want to take action, want to fight monsters all the time. Like, I actually don't really enjoy that as much as other things. I mean, it's fine, it's fun, but it's not like what motivates me. So I'm like a 3 out of 10 on Slayer. I am like a 9 out of 10 on Storyteller. I definitely work hard to create a cool, compelling story. That's what I'm there for. I like dramatic scenes, recurring characters, an ongoing world with, impact for my player characters. And for me, it's more important that my character fits the story than that my story fits my character. Thinker. Happy to win without action, drama, or tension. This is my problem with thinking. A lot of times, the solutions that thinkers come up with are the most boring. And nowadays, I'm not as, again, thinkers are like the real power gamers, because they're like, hey, how can we win and also not use any of our resources and also not risk our characters at all? And I also just hate the deliberation and people just spinning their wheels over and over and over, trying to figure out some way that, okay, I know we have that plan, but like, is there a better plan? Is there a plan that we can do that, like, no one risks anything? This is where I start to maybe get a little bit of Instigator, because I'm like, can we just run? Can we just play? So I'm actually probably pretty low on Thinker as well. And I'm a 0 watcher. I hate being in the back. Like, I came to play, So Diomedes says the Thinker sounds like a Shadowrun player. Level 2 Janitor says the best solution is boring, is why I only like and don't really love OSR games anymore. And Beowulf says, maybe I'm less of a thinker than I thought. And Dr. Waite says, this is exactly why I dislike OSR. And Travis says, Blaze in the Dark flashback for the win. That is why I love Blaze in the Dark, Travis, because it bypasses the thinking element, because, and kind of turns the thinking element more into a storytelling element, which I actually really, really like. Hey, Nakia, thank you. Finishing the super chat goal. Well, thank you. I didn't think we were going to get that, but we did. That's awesome. Thank you for the content in the community. Nakia, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. And I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10. Thank you for supporting the goal. That's fantastic. I really appreciate that. Actually, you know what, Diomedes? You say you're a -5 because you're a spotlight hog. Okay, I'm going to actually give myself not a 0 watcher. I'm actually going to tick up my watcher. I'm actually going to tick my watcher up to like a 3. And the reason is because helps calm disputes by not being as attached to the game. That's me. Often fills a hole in the PC group just to facilitate the fun. I will play the character that nobody else wants to play just so that we can, get the game moving. If I have to step back so somebody else can have a cool moment, I'm totally fine with that. So yeah. My score for Thinker is, let's see here. Engages any challenge as a puzzle to be solved, chooses my actions carefully for best possible results, is happy to win without action, drama, or tension, prefers time to consider options over bold action. I like the first one. I kind of dislike the second one. I kind of hate the third one, and I kind of hate the fourth one. So I would say I'm like a 2 thinker, maybe. So basically, I play RPGs for exploring, a little bit of mechanics and building a cool character, big on the story, and a little bit of just, being there and getting to watch other people, help tell the story as well. So I guess I'm kind of a storyteller, explorer with a dash of power gamer and watching. Yeah, that probably sounds about right. Like, I have no problem avoiding combat, which is why I'm like, the whole like Slayer thing is definitely not me, Jason asks, is this even a stream about Daggerheart or 4E? And GM Scott said yes. Yes, Jason96. Well, look, 4th edition inspired Daggerheart. So we're learning from from 4th edition to learn about Daggerheart. No, this is actually about the 4th edition DMG, Jason, and this is actually their section about what motivates players. And I think it's just an interesting article or a couple of pages, because I think, one of the things that this game talked about is like, how do you engage people who are maybe motivated by very different things in your group, That's true, Arcady. Maybe I'm more of an actor, instigator, explorer, storyteller, power gamer, thinker, slayer, watcher. Jedi Protector, it depends. I'm going to sound a little bit elitist and like a snob here. Combat did drag if, you weren't really good at the game. My group of players was fairly fucking hella lethal. They would routinely kill enemies very quickly. But also, they did tweak the math as they got later into the game. And it's usually considered that monster, quote unquote, Monster Manual 3 math, or the stuff from the Monster Compendium from Essentials, or Monsters of the Nentir Vale expansion, are usually considered, quote, better monster manuals. Nothing wrong with that, Edward. Take care, Owie. Thank you so much. You would love to hear my thoughts on Wither and Bloom's Clockwork Silence Session 0. It's all narrative and leans into your approach to Daggerheart. Stream just ended, but I think you would like it. Is this a actual play, Speely? We're just looking at the motivation stat. Derek is storyteller, explorer, power gamer, watcher. Yeah, Beowulf. Yeah, with instigator at the bottom. It's like not even on the chart. Yeah, that's probably accurate. I don't know. Thinker might be higher than Slayer, might be higher than actor. I don't know. Those three at the bottom are kind of interchangeable, but it depends on my mood, and it depends on the campaign, to be fair. 4E, that's supposedly most. Well, that's because everyone acknowledges that the game design here was incredible, but what failed was the packaging. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem. It didn't look or feel like D&D, and that was people's problem. Sweet. Walter, that's respect. I love 4th edition. I think it's a great edition. I have a deep and abiding love for all the editions of D&D. But I do have my bugaboos for 4th edition, and level 2 janitor hit it on the hail. Floating modifiers, there's too many of them. They stack, and they have different expirations until end of your next turn, until the end of their next turn. Save ends, is it my next turn or the warlord's next turn? And then they delayed, so their effects still end on their place in the initiative, even though they're not going to take their turn till later in the thing. It's just very, very, yeah, it's tough. The thing is, I know people talk about this D&D tactics thing a lot, and I don't think that that's right. there isn't fourth edition D&D isn't any more about combat than any other edition of D&D. It has the same skill system as third edition and fifth edition, and it's got dungeons, and it's got rules for rations and encumbrance and torches. Oh, but it has a grid-based movement. Well, so did third edition. So did fifth edition. But it has powers. Okay, well, rage is your power. Fireball or magic missile is your power. It's more of a it's just the way it's viewed. I don't think it's a combat game. In that, I think all of the D&D games are combat games. Really, Exactly, Edward. In fact, of the 5 editions of D&D, 4th edition D&D is the only version of the game that provided specific support for non-combat encounters in the form of, most of the time when you get to the non-combat encounter section of a D&D book, it's basically like 2 pages long, and it's like, I don't know, just figure it out, But instead, they introduced this entire... Now, did skill challenges work out the book? No. Did they have to update them like 2 or 3 times? Yes. Did they still really work? Well, maybe not. But the thing is, ultimately, it was literally trying to create, an emphasis on more than just combat. The negotiation. And, the thing is, people say, well, you don't need this. And by the way, this is a valid argument. Well, we don't need the negotiation skill challenge. We'll just role play it in character. That's fine. Then what the fuck are you doing with a skill like diplomacy or sense motive or bluff or intimidate? Why are those in your game then? Then get rid of the skills. Then get rid of the skills. Then get rid of the social skills. Either have them and have them matter, or don't have them. Nothing in between. Derek, that's why are you being so black and white? Because you either use the skill or you don't. GM Scott says, get rid of charisma, int, and... Yeah, right. You might as well get rid of charisma, int, and wisdom, too. In fact, I think a lot of games could, especially with the way that people play games, you could replace charisma, int, and wisdom with just something called spell power. The spell power stat. And it doesn't do anything. It doesn't have any analog to how smart you are, how clever you are, how observant you are, how charming you are, charismatic you are. It's just how good at magic are you, right? Because that's not something I can role play. I can't role play my strength in magic. The same way I can't role play my strength in arms or, brawn, or my agility. So there you go. That's it. And then get rid of all the mental stats and only have stuff that you can't replicate. And by the way, that would be a fine game, but nobody makes that game. So, I still struggle with con being different from strength, but I guess it is a thing. So whatever. But yes, something like that. Or you could even differentiate dex versus agility. Daggerheart does that, right? Daggerheart has finesse and agility. I think that's valid, right? The character that's really good at picking locks and doing delicate surgical work is different than the character that's really good at doing parkour, right? I think that's fine.
Level 2 janitor tipped $3 for he would never have been called D&D Tactics BC. They weren't trying to make D&D Tactics.
That's right.
They were trying to make their dream D&D.
That's
exactly the kind of campaigns they were using 3E for.
You're so right, Level 2 Janitor. And Smith has said this time and time again. If you go back and you read, and, I'm sure Level 2 Janitor has, if you go back and read the Wizards Presents series, okay, the game that they were trying to make wasn't D&D Tactics. They wanted to make D&D. And they thought that they were they were modernizing the game to the standards that people were used to. People were used to, slick interfaces and clear-cut rules. And anybody who played 3rd edition or, God forbid, 2nd edition D&D knows that the rules were arcane and labyrinth and prone to confusion and all this stuff. So they were trying to, people, it was designed to be like an MMO. You mean a game in which you play a heroic fantasy adventure and is very clear cut in its expectations for you and has a very friendly user interface that allows you to play the game. That's a bad thing. How? Well, the other problem, Dr. Waits, that I've seen with this is I see people who talk about this stuff and then they go, blah, blah, and then but the problem is that they go, but they like fighting. And then when you remove the fights, they go, but I miss fighting. I wanted to fight stuff. So it's like, which is it? Do you want to fight or do you not want to fight? Now I agree, endless pointless fights, fighting for its own sake, not great, not great. But yeah. Interesting. Just agility index. There you go. Now that's interesting, Beowulf, because I don't mind appearance as a stat. But appeal, because you can't role play appearance, right? But appeal is something you could role play. So it's kind of like, Like, by the way, there was actually secretly a 7th stat. Do you guys know this? In original D&D, well, not original D&D, but in first edition D&D, they actually introduced a 7th stat. It just never caught on, and people didn't really use it. But if you look at old first edition stat lines, you will see that there is a 7th stat, and it is comeliness, which is, of course, a real word, but it is a funny word to use because it was abbreviated, cum or com, but it's pronounced comeliness. And yeah, so there was originally a stat for how good your character looked. I want to say it was introduced in Unearthed Arcana, I think. Unearthed. Here we go. Comeliness. This is, by the way, the original Unearthed Arcana. With this amazing work of Eastleigh here. I think Eastleigh did all these covers. There we go. Comeliness. There we go. Comeliness reflects physical attractiveness, social grace, and personal beauty of the character. It is used to determine initial reactions to the character, and characters with a high comeliness may affect the wills and actions of others. While charisma deals specifically with leadership interactions between characters, comeliness deals with attractiveness and first impressions. And to be fair, this makes a lot more sense, although it doesn't really quite understand why monsters would be affected by how good looking you were. But comeliness is not charisma. Charisma, however, can affect comeliness. After the first 6 attributes of a character are determined, his or her looks must be determined. Is the character ugly, homely, plain, or pretty? So there you go. Look at that. If your comeliness score is high enough, creatures will become fascinated by you just from how attractive you are. Yes, it is true. Well, to be clear, women had a limitation on strength. I think that's the only. I'm not saying that that's like right or anything like that, but it is, I think, the only limitation. But I assume that was in here. Yeah, here we go. So, maximum strength possible for a female human or male gnome. Maximum possible strength for a female elf character was 16, but the maximum possible strength for an elf character, male elf character, was 1851. And only humans could get 18100. They were actually technically stronger than even half-orcs. But yes, the males had the highest maximum strength, whereas women characters were limited. But that was the only stat. That was gender specific, I believe. I don't think any of the other ones did. Not con, not charisma. Yeah, just strength. Now, this is an example of where they're like, well, in real life, maximum strength is, males have a higher maximum strength, and it's like, yeah, on average. But there's there's women at my gym that can fucking outbench press me. So, but granted, it's not like women. See, in defense, not that I'm defending this, but in defense of this, it's not like females got a penalty to their strength scores. It's oftentimes how it is. It's oftentimes incorrectly shown that females have a penalty to their strength score, and that is not the case. It's just that the maximum possible strength of a female character or a gnome character or an elf character is lower than that of the male version of that race. So, it's not, it is a difference than, saying, oh, women get a penalty to strength. They don't. There's just a maximum that they can have, But again, this is a level of, biological simulationism that we just don't need in a fucking game about swords and dragons, So it's just like, it doesn't, there's no value. That's the thing. It's like, there is no value, And so while, there's, exactly, there could also totally be species where the females were stronger. It's like, why do we care? It's completely pointless, and it just sort of reflects the timeline of the thing. There's just exactly, tell this to xenomorphs or lions, right? So, although, again, it's just it's certainly a sign of the times, and I don't particularly even know why this is here, but it's just one of those weird things that exists in the game because they were like, oh, it's simulationism. And it's like, I'm not saying that simulation. Also, right? I don't know, war historian. What would happen if for example, if you're an elf character and you're male, your maximum strength was 1875. But if you wore, Giants of Ogre power, could you get a 19 strength? My guess is yes. So yeah. Yeah. Look, I appreciate what Gary did for the hobby, and he created it and all, but as time has gone on, first edition AD&D has waned a little thin for me personally. But it is what it is. Anyways, where were we? Did I miss super chat? Oh, hey, I did miss a super chat. I'm sorry. Logan. Hey, what's going on, Logan? Kalana got me to play Pathfinder 2nd Edition and joined the Discord to trick me into understanding I probably actually would have really liked 4th Edition. Thank you for an awesome first stream I was able to join. Logan, awesome. Well, thank you. Well, that's fantastic. I you know what? Good work to Kalana then for tricking you. That's fantastic. I think a lot of people would have enjoyed 4th Edition, and I really am disappointed that we don't have the option to really have a great 4th edition VTT the way that PF2 does, because I think the game would be a lot easier to run if we had a really solid VTT. But while there are VTT options, the fact is the game isn't really officially supported in that way, So Kalana is totally the hero. She is in the top. She's in the top of the hero realm there. I should say exalted legend. John, what's going on, buddy? Welcome, John. Gary regretted those rules later. Yeah, he kind of backed down on some of the simulationism, curmudgeonism, and things of that nature. Right. D&D based on war. But see, the problem is D&D, it's still based on wargaming in some weird, strange ways, and it's got all these weird mixed baggages, and I would say mostly they have abandoned it in favor of BX, which is a much simpler rule set, and certainly is sort of like the sort of the hallmark of most OSR now extends, I believe, from BX, not from first edition AD&D, which I'm sure would have Gary Gygax turning over in his grade. No, she really is great. Ooh, you get to play Fabu. Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, obviously Daggerheart has sort of captured my attention, but you know, Fabula Ultima, like I said, when I talk about my short list, Fabula Ultima is also on my very, very short list. I love that game, and I think it's really fun, and I love the flavor of it. I love what it's inspired by. It's so good. When was the last time I played a first edition game? I played in a first edition game on the Discord, ran by Ben. Probably, I was gonna say it was like last year. No, it was probably like 2 or 3 years ago. It might have been 3 years ago at this point. So yeah, 3 years ago. It's true also. Although 5E's in this weird spot now, right? They shut down the VTT and everybody left. And Daggerheart, Shadowheart, or what about Daggerdark? Yeah, got to get Smith's chart. We were actually talking about that on Friday. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 5E. Thing is 5E could lose a lot of steam and still be so far ahead. It's just crazy. You know, it's just by far the biggest game. By the way, we were kind of talking about this earlier, but we have slowly dwindled down. We had like 240 people. Now we're down to just 190. But at some point, maybe not tonight, but at some point we will go. We'll just add literally the entire stream will be just us reading the Wizards Presents books, because apparently Level 2 Janitor has not read them. And I consider this to be sacrilege. So before 4th edition came out, they came out with 2 books. These were softcover books. They were not the rules of the game. But it was a preview, and it was written by the designers, and it was like a softcover book. I want to say it was like, I don't know, $10, $15. It wasn't like super big. And this is basically the design notes for 4th edition. So before they released 4th edition, they basically released the design notes. This is all designer commentary. It's all it is. So this is well, to be fair, these are all the artwork that they use for the character descriptions. Yeah, I mean, this could actually be a whole stream unto itself for sure. But that's why I said we're not going to do it. But so, like, if you look at the table of contents here, it's 94 pages. Again, it doesn't have any of the rules, so it did not come with a CD-ROM. But you know, you can see here: Born of Fire, Born of Ice, the design timeline, how they recreated the design posts. Heroes in the world, long swords and lightsabers, choosing the races. Wow, you guys have never heard these books? Wow, okay. Well, we'll you know what? Maybe that'll be our next stream. So here, we'll just read this here. New editions of games come at the most unexpected of times. Sure, players have been predicting the arrival of the 4th edition of Dungeons & Dragons game incorrectly for years now. The reality is that my R&D teams didn't start seriously discussing the notion of the next edition of D&D until sometimes in early 2005. That's when we began to examine different scenarios for how we might approach the process. We came up with all kinds of possibilities, from minor tweaks to complete makeovers using a totally different game system. For the most part, these were simply thought experiments, the kind of exploratory design that we undertake in R&D all the time. The true impetus for change was you, the D&D players, who provided all kinds of invaluable feedback through message boards, community forums, surveys, and personal interactions at events, seminars, tournament play, or impromptu discussions that broke out whenever we traveled. The 3rd edition game mechanics, what we call the D20 game system, is perhaps the most robust and fun role-playing game system ever developed. But it's not perfect, and as we moved deeper into that edition, its flaws and fundamental complexities, fun-ending complexities, became more pronounced, more obvious to players and dungeon masters alike. So, yeah, it's a really cool kind of intake on, you know, the art and the style of the game, and you know, what its like code name was and all this other stuff. And it's just really, really, you know, it's got emails between like here, these are, you know, this is an email from Bill Slavicsek. That was head of D&D Wizards R&D back then. Orcus was the code name, by the way, for 4th edition. For the rules team, I think, or the design team. I think design team's nickname was Orcus, and the development nickname was Flywheel. Anyways, it must be medieval fantasy roleplay. The Dungeon Master is a storyteller. We've discussed pitting the DM as an opponent, but we believe that the DM as a storyteller is stronger and better suits our intellectual property. Cooperative play experience. We want to maintain cooperative team aspects of adventuring parties. Keep the D20. High rolls are good. Classes, levels, fantasy races. Keep it a unified and mechanically sound game system and follow through in all areas. 3-dimensional tactics. We want to continue using miniatures and 5-foot squares. We want to design a minis game skirmish to work with the RPG. More discussions on how this follows. Options, not restrictions. We want to maintain this philosophy in the new edition, though we can see some places in the game where we may want to have some restrictions in place for play balance. Improve the game. To present a new edition, we need to create a better, faster, more robust game. Improvements might include something cool at every level, more design space or currency for character options, but watch the complexity, a better mix of crunch, mechanics, and fluff, story, and role-playing elements. Remove problematic rules, spells, and subsystems. Make the game easier to design for, develop, and edit. 3.0, 3.5 is a monster to design for, from stat blocks to encounter balance. Let's fix that this time out and make it easier for us to create products in the future. If we can spend less time on the details and more time on the cool factor for future designs, we'll be better off. So anyways, this was all about the characters and the races, and then they made a book called Worlds and Monsters, and this was all about the world and the setting and the implied setting of D&D. And this is about points of light and how giants work and how getting rid of the great wheel cosmology. And so anyways, these are incredible books to put the least of it. Well, yes, Beowulf. That's because when most people use the term role playing, they mean, I don't know. I don't know if I could go on, but we must. It's too important to give up. I can't do it, but we must. We must do it. If for no other reason, then that's what he wanted us to do. That's what most people mean when they think of role playing. So, which is, of course, not true. Well, you gotta make the O face, war historian. You gotta get really into it, and you gotta emote strongly, and you gotta show people what you mean. You gotta show them on your face with your emotions. My emotions. Anyways, it's a good book, and maybe we'll cover it sometime. Bringing back the white wall again as a reminder. That is, we are back in the studio. The new studio, which of course is, we got a table, we got some chairs. So by the way, for people who want to know, our plan is, war historian. I'm going to put my bookshelf behind me here in this space where my green screen is. So my bookshelf is going to go here, and I'm going to bring my books in. And then my plan, if I can make it happen, my plan is I want to take my studio sets, and I think I can put 2 studio panels there, 2 studio panels there, yes, covering my windows, which is fine because I probably would need to cover the windows anyways. And then I could put 2 studio panels there, which, yes, would cover up that closet, RIP closet. But then I can use my cool medieval castle thing, and I get to use it because, again, I spent too much time on those damn sets to not use them again. And so if there's a way, come hell or high water, that I can put these sets to work, I'm going to do it. So, why does everyone, I'm curious, do they not, where you people live, do they not have air conditioning? I'm just curious. Like, my bedroom is very chilly. I mean, it's cold. I usually have to, put blankets on in the summertime because it's cold. Anyways, I mean, there's no greater sin, central air. What's that from? Oh man, what is that from? Oh, Dogma. Thank you. Okay, that's it. Yeah, great movie, which some people don't like, but I like Dogma. Oh, my AC is definitely on. It's been crazy out here. Exactly. We got vents. We got vents all over the place. It won't be a problem. Besides, I'm not, an idiot. I'm not going to think. Now, what is interesting, though, is... So here's what we're planning on doing. This is how crazy we are. You tell me if we are crazy, okay? So we got our table here. And my plan is I want to... This is where we're at, by the way. God help me. I can't help myself. I already started pricing it out. I know. So bad. All right, here's the plan. My plan is, tell me what you think. Okay? Tim has already created some exploratory designs, okay? So we've got, this is what the table looks like, right? It's not quite right. But it's like, because it's rectangular, but it's wider than a typical table because it's actually a kitchen island that's being used as a table, right? So you're going to have, we're only having 3 players. So presumably the GM will go here. We'll have 1 player here. We'll have 1 player here, and we'll have 1 player here, right? Something like that. Okay, here's my idea. I want to create for each player a neoprene playmat, like you would get with like a Magic the Gathering game, right? Like a Magic the Gathering style playmat. Okay. And then on the playmat, we want to have a section for your Daggerheart active loadout, and then like a section for like your vault. So like your vault would go here, and your loadout would go here, okay? And then potentially some kind of tracker where people could track their stress and HP with like little gems or something like that. And this might be a 3D printed tray, which if you know, for our Forbidden Lands game, we did this in Forbidden Lands. I designed a 3D printed tray to track people's resource eyes, and then Bob 3D printed it. Now, this is a good question. Where would we put the character sheet? Well, at that point, a lot of the stuff on the character sheet becomes kind of irrelevant to a certain extent. But you know, I mean, we could just, you know, you could still have your character sheet over here. But to be fair, like, you know, you could have your character sheet right here. It's fine. But it is. Now, the thing is, yeah, there's not much on the character sheet anyways. I mean, there's some stuff there, which is fine. But it's so funny to me that people don't find a character sheet gamey, but they find this gamey. So, like, if like, why? I'm just curious. I really want to know this. I really want to know this. I really, 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 really want to know this. Why is a character sheet which has, you know, oh, apparently that's not what we use the abbreviation for. Why is this on your character sheet gamey or not gamey? But if you tracked this with like a token, like a little gem or tray, why is that board gamey, but this isn't board gamey? Absolutely not. I think the abacus thing is silly. I would use tokens, but I would just have 12 tokens, you know, in front of me. I don't need an abacus thing. That seems kind of silly. Maybe paper and pencil feels like the journal diary, and folks draw their character, so it's artsy. I don't know. It's interesting. It is Bobby Bonilla Day. That's true. I actually saw that on the news. I don't keep track of it, of course, but when it does pop up, it's always a pleasure to see that. It's just very strange to me, you know. Yeah, I think it's just people aren't used to it. I mean, that's all it really comes down to. And I've played a lot of board games, so to me, it's just kind of like, this is a way better way to track it. Like, because think about it this way, right? If your hit points are going up and down often, right? Well, then, so what am I to do? Fill in that mark that hit point, right? So it's like, okay, you come in here and can I lock this? Yeah. Lock. There we go. So like, okay, so what am I going to do? I'm going to come in here and I'm going to be like, okay, mark a hit point. Okay, mark a hit point. Mark a hit point. I'm using pencil to do this. Okay, then I'm going to come in here. All right, I got healed for 2. Cool. Erase those hit points. Okay, then mark a hit point. Oh, I got hit for 3. Mark 3 hit points. Okay. Oh, I got healed. I healed for 2. Okay, mark a hit point. Mark a hit point. Oh no, I'm getting in trouble. Oh, big heal, big heal, big heal. Okay, we made it to a rest. I'm going to take a short rest. Ooh, I healed 4, and then I erase. Like, why not just, you know, use a fucking little red gem and just, oh, I got healed. Here, put the gem back. Put the red gems back in the bowl that I took them from. That's in a convenient place where we can all reach. Oh, I took damage. How much? 2. Take 2 gems and put them on my character sheet. Like, how is that not better in almost every single way? Arcady, I saw GM Scott mentioning this. Yeah, I mean, the tech was to put Scotch tape, and not the crap Scotch tape. You had to put the satin Scotch tape because it was more of a matte finish, and it would the pencil would go better on it. So that's a pro tip right there. And you'd put that over your ammunition boxes on your 2nd edition or your 1st edition character sheet. You'd put that over your wounds box. You know. That's right. Also, I've been playing D&D for a long time. You know what happens when I write down a feat on my character sheet? I don't remember what it fucking does. That's what happens. I go, I don't remember what this does. I need to look this up. I think a lot of the people who complain about the board gaminess of quote-unquote Daggerheart and cards and tokens, I think a lot of the people who talk about this are playing on VTTs. and they literally have a character sheet where they like hover over it with a mouse, and the whole fucking description of the ability pops up on their screen, or they have Archives of Nethys open, on a different monitor or something like that. It's like you're playing with even more gamey aids than any of the rest of us. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, there you go. Obvious. You don't even try to write down what the feat is. You just write down the feat name, and then you put in parentheses what the page number is, knowing that eventually you're going to have to look it up. Todd, that may have been possible once upon a time, but something like a Pathfinder 2 character, if you are a Pathfinder 2 character and you are playing with, let's say, free archetype, your character will have like 40 feats. Like, I don't even know if I'm exaggerating there. I think you will have 40 feats. Maybe a 30 feats. But like, nobody's going to remember that, Todd. Just nobody. Especially because a lot of those feats aren't being used very often or rarely. So you're never going to remember that. You're never going to remember that. PF2, I just ignore my feats. Now that's a real high level. That's a big brain move, Dr. Waits. Yeah. So I mean, I thought I had like a 4th edition stack of character sheets over here, but I thought I didn't because I was like cleaning stuff up here. But yeah, it's yeah. So I mean, like I've heard people say, and I don't, and I'm a, I like playing in person with tactile things, and I'm anti. No, computers or something like that. And somebody said, I was posting pictures of us playing our Pathfinder 2 game the other day, and they said, Derek, are you on a laptop? And I said, it's Pathfinder 2. I'm an Eldamon trainer. This game, it's too complex to play without a computer. I'm sorry. Like it's Josh says playing Pathfinder 2 without Foundry is unconscionable to me, Yeah, Steve, 5 hours is nothing, buddy. Yeah, I personally think, like I said, even back in earlier editions of the game, like Pathfinder 2, nobody would say Pathfinder 2 is a board game. When we play Pathfinder 2, I use, Smith used, Bob used, we all used the card packs that came out. As a GM, I used to use the big monster packs. I think that those are really cool. Feetfinder.com. Arcadia, I don't know. We'll see what they end up doing. I hope they make it usable. That's my main goal. It'd be cool if it's really nice and not. Okay. All right. See, this is why I get very annoyed with VTTs, because like, I just hope they don't make the rules so, especially in a fiction first game, I hope they don't make the rules too hard coded and enforced. Apparently not. I never really see anybody complaining about that. Even though they probably should, but. Did I have fun at the convention? I think you went to one recently. If not, my bad. I did. I went 2 weeks ago. I had a lot of fun. I got to hang out with about 20 or so of the Knights of the Last Call patrons. I got to talk to folks in the hall. I got to demo a bunch of games. I got to play some board games. I got to, get to have dinner with some of my folks, and we got to talk about games and have fun late night chats about TTRPGs and basically do what we're doing right now, just do it in person with some fine folks, and it was really cool. So it was really fun for me. Origins, gaming conventions have basically become kind of meetups for Knights of Last Call Patreon members, and we all end up all having fun and playing games, and we played a really cool game of Oath, and we had a really great dinner, and The groups played Daggerheart, Dragonbane, Call of Cthulhu, Clank, Quiet. Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of games that happened going on. In fact, actually, most of my patrons ended up basically just playing games with other patrons of Knights of Last Call because they're like, I'd rather play with these people than just randos from the con. Oh, nice. Okay, GM Scott, that's good. That's it. See, Boyko, that's kind of interesting. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would prefer that they didn't. Maybe that makes me weird, but I would prefer that it didn't do that. Logan, not officially, and we're going to have a much smaller presence at Gen Con. A lot of the Knights went to Origins this year instead of Gen Con, but I'll be there. I'm actually getting there on Tuesday. But I don't know if we're doing anything official. But, I mean, I'm sure there'll be people around, so. My work, this is everything that... My work on my Pendragon game has basically halted because I remembered all my games are on Roll20, and I have no idea how to make custom VTT shit, so none of my house rules are usable. Complete. Full stop. Pirate Bane! Yeah. As always, Quiet Year always ends in zombies attacking. Yeah, I mean, you know, that was just a small snippet of the fun. It was cool, and it was good times. It was a good time. In fact, Gen Con is a lot. In fact, at these conventions, you know, there's the big event hall with all the booths and the vendors and the dealers. But these convention centers have all these smaller meeting rooms, you know, throughout the first and second floors of the convention. They aren't the huge, big, exhibitor spaces, but the smaller little room 101, room 102, 103. And usually there's some companies have their run their events there or whatever. And we started looking up prices while we were there because we were saying that next year, right, Knights of Last Call we might just rent one of the rooms and like get a room for just us, for our nights, because we have so many nights that go, and that way we have our own personal place. It's just for us to run games with each other. We can set up food, we can cater it, you know, we can have maybe a little thing there. Yeah, KOLC in Exile at Origins. Yeah, NightCon in Exile at Origins. And basically do our own mini con within the con, right? So it's a con within the con. It's conception. Yeah, like a KOLC community game room. Yes, exactly. Except, you know, it'll be for KOLC community members. Conception. Get conceived. And by catering, I mean, Boothby was the one who complained about it. He said, I brought all these cookies and cakes, and I had to schlep them around the whole con. It'd be great to just be able to drop them off in one room and, you know, call it done. And we could do like, it'd be great. Like I could set up like a cooler game. Like a more advanced game and stuff like that. Oh yeah, no, not a bedroom, Dr. Waits. No, it was gonna be like one of the, you know, the main support things. Hi, buddy. Hi, come here. Hi. Hi, bud. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. The baby. Oh, he doesn't like being held, though. Oh, the baby. He's like, Dad, why are you still talking? You're supposed to take me for a walk. He's like, you're supposed to take me for a walk like hours ago. Yeah, he's 11. He's not a pupper, but he's a feisty son of a bitch, and I love him so much. No, that's Zeus. The brown one is Zeus. Maple's the white one. They are my life. Anyways, that's true. All dogs are puppies. That is true. That's all right. You know, besides, they'll probably be on stream more when we're playing our games. any case, I want to make our Daggerheart experience a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to playing with the guys and you know, getting it in there and getting back to some gaming on the channel. That'd be a lot of fun. Plus, getting Smith and Bob and Tim back on the channel, I think it'll just be a lot of fun. So, plus, once we have this studio set up, while, you know, it's still going to be like herding cats to get, you know, 3 guys with kids and wives and stuff organized and be able to play. You know, it'll be much easier for me to have, you know, maybe Bob or Tim over, and we can just have like more of a podcast style episode where we just kind of, you know, hang out and talk like we did back at the studio, and just have some different perspectives on and stuff like that. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to that. And overall, I think it's going to be fantastic. In fact, there is a good chance that Bob will be here Thursday, potentially, for just to help me with some, you know, stuff, and be here at stream time. So Thursday's stream might be us just hanging out with Bob. That's very cute. Yes, one of my dogs would love that. One of my dogs would be afraid to go up on that. Fade, absolutely Thad. In fact, I would love. I mean, again, I don't want to. This is a TTRPG channel, but I love war games and I love board games. So Bob loves, you know, Kill Team. I just bought like $400 worth of Kings of War at Origins. So I'm eager to do that. Yep, Phil, a Daggerheart live play is happening. Logan, take care. Good night. I'm about to sign off myself. So we are definitely doing that. I don't even know Warhammer Old World, Michael. So we got to get a Battlestar Galactica live play. A Hackmaster one-shot battle royale would be awesome. What about all those old world? Well, I don't know. They're all in boxes and unpainted, you know. I bought the old world, but I haven't actually played the game yet. I've watched battle reports and stuff like that, but I haven't actually played it. I haven't bust out my old minis or anything like that. I just haven't had the time. And quite frankly, none of my friends right now, my one friend that I played war games with mostly, he sold his house and moved to San Francisco. You know, that's true. If I stream it, all those purchases become business expenses. That is true. Well, Diomedes, I'm glad you got to hang out with us. I'm thankful everybody for hanging out with me tonight. This was a lot of fun. And again, cool things are coming. You know, we're putting the money to good use. You know, like I said, we have most of what we need already from the prior studio, which was supported and paid for by patrons and, well, me. You know, as I famously say, I probably spent $50,000 in the first couple of years on this channel just to get it where I wanted it to be. But so I really appreciate everybody kind of, you know, coming together and supporting this, and we'll see. I'm hoping that the Daggerheart actual play is a success, and that it is something that is financially viable for us. It doesn't have to be like $1 million moneymaker, but I'm hoping that we can actually get some engagement and people who are interested in supporting it with their viewership and their tips and their super chats, and you know, or signing up for the Patreon or something. Because, you know, if we're doing it for 35 people and nobody is, you know, it's tough for me to sell that to everybody, you know. But when we could be doing something else, you know. Yes, it will make at least $7. That is true. So we have to think about it. You know, there's a little bit of a business side to this, which is unfortunate. You know, I wish we could be like, you know, where we just don't give a fuck and we just make trillions of dollars and we can do whatever we want. But that is not the case. So we do have to, you know, walk the line a little bit. So yeah, so we'll be back Thursday. Hopefully the studio is more along. By that time, I think I should have my my bookshelf in here. And maybe we'll have some stuff up here. We'll see what Bob and I can get done. But if not, maybe it'll just be me and Bob shooting the shit. So this might be a Streams in Exile week, because like I said, we're in the process of moving over, and we're leaving Exile. We're reestablishing a home base, and so things are kind of in transition. So please pardon our dust. I am almost certainly going to be on RC tomorrow, although I imagine he's just going to want to talk about Diamond, and I really don't have a lot to add there because I don't know shit about what's going on other than what Steven has told me. So I don't know what I can add other than that fucking sucks. But I don't know. That's my plan. So, All right. Well, thank you to a tremendous list of people who came out tonight. Really surprising. We had super chats from and tips from Level 2 Janitor, Logan, Nakia, Vintage Zebra, Edward, Brett Christian, who joined the adventure, Sebastian twice, Damien, Yes and Dragons, Cal, Edward again, Dr. Metropolis, Yes and Dragons again, Chris Roberts, Boothby, Michael, Joanna, Level 2 Janitor, Edward, Jackal Torn Moons, Lord Kyler, Slatebeard, Dr. Waits, and Ken McFerrin. And we started off with a super chat from Michael Van Ork. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I appreciate it. And thanks again to all my incredible patrons. If you want to be part of this fun community of gamers and talk about these games 24/7 and maybe play some games, I know that if you want to play, I know if you want to play Pathfinder 2, our Northern Reaches game has too many game masters. We need more players. So if you really want to play Pathfinder 2, we've got Northern Reaches, and they're running games all the time. So you should definitely check that out. Check us out at patreon.com/Knights of Last Call. If money's tight, I understand that. But if you do have a Prime sub to give us via your Amazon Prime subscription, you can do that over at twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call. And I'd love to get your couple of bucks there. Again, it doesn't cost you anything. You're paying for it anyways. If you don't give it to me, give it to somebody. Give it to a girl in a hot tub. That'd be cool too. So check us out on our YouTube channel. Like, comment, subscribe. Make sure you ring the bell so you get notified when we go live Tuesdays and Thursdays. But sometimes we throw in a curveball there and we'll go live randomly, especially since I don't have a job. So I can do that. All right, everybody. I am. That sounds good, Diomedes. That's it's a tough road to hoe, and I wish you best of luck. In before the cut. Nice job, Valamore. 6 hours away. I'll be counting down the time, Lord Kyler. It's all right. It doesn't have to be exact, but I appreciate your dedication to it. 31 games of Northern Reaches last week. That's a lot for as big. I mean, we're a big small community, right? For a small community, we're large, but 31 games in 7 days is why the Forge came to us and said, we are going to ban you because you're using our service too much. We have to come up with a better solution. And they had to we forced them to create an enterprise solution to the Forge because of what we do in Northern Reaches here at Knights of Last Call. All right, so thanks again, everybody. We really appreciate you being here. I'm looking forward to getting some guys back on the table. I'm thankful for all of you for hanging out with me tonight, and I will see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Take care, everybody. Good night.